let's finally start our comic book club. I know it's been an hour and you guys were here for comics and we have not talked comics at all. Allow me to start doing that now. Allow me to start doing that now. So, welcome in. This is going to be comic club number 0. This is going to set the bar for our comic book clubs. I want to hear what you guys end up liking and what you don't like and things that you would want to change. Because yeah, we're just going to be figuring it out from here. If this is you're like, oh, I don't read comics, I don't know anything about comics, but I'm mildly interested, this is the place for you. If you are currently reading and you want to talk about the things that you're reading, this is the place for you. If you don't know why you're here, but you are and you're just gonna vibe out, this is the place for you, and yada yada yada. So think of this as our prologue to our comic book club. I have shown you guys a lot, I think, already, my comic book collection. I don't know if you want to see my comic book collection again for like the 80th time. If you do, please tell me now. I've shown you guys and discussed my comic book collection a lot, but maybe there's some of you who are new here, and maybe there's some of you who are here just for comic book club and you want to get well acquainted with the things that I have already read or read or yada yada yada. I can show you kind of quickly what I have, or we can just go over that, or we can just skip that because I feel like I've done that a lot on stream. But if there's enough of you who are interested, we'll do it. Okay, let's do it. I think there's enough of you who are interested. We'll do it quickly. I won't like go too into detail of everything, but I'll show you what I have. Guy from Ghana, thank you for 32 months. Welcome back. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the support. And Tyler, thank you so much for 61 months. Welcome back. And Kamisi, thank you so much for 56 months. Welcome back to you as well. I really appreciate it, guys. Thank you. Okay, so as you can see behind me, I have my comic book wall. This got put up recently. Yes, it's a little bit crooked. No, I don't want to hear about it. On my wall, I have these command hooks, which make things interchangeable, which is pretty cool. I am going to be switching these out very often. Right now we have our Halloween fall collection up, so I have all of my spooky covers. It collects things like, this is Bring on the Bad Guys, Mephisto. This is Appearance of Vengeance. These are Doctor Strange, I forget which one, Damnation, I think. This is a Niobe comic. This is Justice League Red, the Dead Man variant cover. We have Vampirella, Zatanna, who is one of my favorite comic book characters, probably my favorite comic book character. So, background on me in comic books. I started reading comic books when I was very, very young. I think the first comic book that I ever read was Avril Lavigne's comic book, which is funny. But she made a comic book way back in the day, and I went to a special signing and concert of hers, and she had just put out the comic book, and I read it and I was in love. But my dad is also a huge fucking nerd. My dad loves comic books, has been collecting comic books since he was a kid, and he also like introduced me to comics. So I've always loved comic book characters, but I wasn't reading. I was watching a lot of things. So like I watched like X-Men 97 and stuff like that. I watched every X-Men movie, every Marvel movie that's ever been out. I basically have seen it and have been a big fan my entire life. I've like read the Marvel encyclopedia as it updates every couple of years, each time like from cover to cover. So Zatanna is one of my favorite comic book characters. You will see a lot of her in my collection. Then I have Raven, Daughter of Darkness. I believe this is an Astonishing X-Men cover, Alien, Night Terrors, Catwoman and Punchline, and another Astonishing X-Men cover as well. So that's what my Halloween wall looks like right now. It probably will change because I've picked up some new Halloween books. Let's start with no Transformers. Okay, yes. So I'm a huge DC and Marvel girl. You will see in most of my collection, it is Marvel, but I've been reading a lot of DC recently, but like most of the time it was Marvel. I'm not super well versed in indie comics. I have read Saga, and I have The Divine and the Wicked, but I haven't read it or finished it. Transformers, I don't like mechs, and I don't really like robots, and I've never been interested in Transformers or Power Rangers, and I know a lot of people love both of those things. And I know that Transformers is a really big title right now, and a lot of people have so many positive things to say about it. But unfortunately, I'm not a huge mech person. Well, I do like Attack on Titan because Attack on Titan is like flesh mechs, right? Mechs that I don't. There's a couple of tropes that I don't like. I don't like bowmen. I think bowmen are lame. I don't like I Green Arrow is whatever. I do think Artemis is cool, but I mostly just like women. Like women can kind of do no wrong. I don't really like Hawkeye. I don't really care for Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. So I think bowmen are kind of eh. I don't care for robot type things. So mechs. I don't like mechs or Gundams. I don't like when you pilot a mechanical thing because it feels like it just feels like I like it better when the person is in power rather than something else. And that leads me to my point number 3. I typically don't like summoners. So people who summon other entities or beings or things to fight for them are typically not my favorite because I don't like that they usually don't like I usually don't like when the people themselves don't have the power. I really, really like so you hate Pokemon? No, not necessarily. Pokemon is different though because they're like cute little things. When I'm thinking of summoners, I'm thinking of like the girl from Fairy Tale, or I'm thinking of the girl from Castlevania. You know, like, well, although she's a little bit cooler. One of my favorite anime characters is a summoner, so it's like it's not black or white. These are things I typically don't like, but there are plenty of exceptions. There are plenty of exceptions. I do like Invincible. I have watched Invincible, but I've never read it. Okay. Iron Man is a mix of everything you hate. Iron Man is by far not one of my favorite comic book characters. However, Robert Downey Jr., I think everybody fell in love with his version of Iron Man, and it made me come to really like Iron Man, but Iron Man is not someone that I'm excited to read about. If Iron Man has a solo series or a run, I'm not picking it up. To be fair, I don't even really like most of the Avengers. I like the Avengers when they're led by like Rogue. My favorite superhero team is the X-Men. By far on the Marvel side. On the DC side, I really like Justice League Dark, which is funny. I'm going to show you here in a moment. I just started collecting the single issues. This is the New 52 Justice League Dark, which is the not as good Justice League Dark as the 2001 Justice League Dark, but I am just going to try collecting them all. How do you feel about borrowed powers, i.e. Iron Fist or Dr. Fate? Usually, they're cool enough that it doesn't bother me. If you're like imbued with the power of a god, and that's what makes you powerful, that doesn't bother me as much because you yourself are still like doing the thing. Basically, if I'm gonna open portals and like a bunch of shit is gonna come out, and then I'm gonna stand in the back and like maybe I'm good at hand-to-hand combat, but I have like these other things that are coming out and fighting for me, and I'm back here. And like, if you get in my zone, then I might be able to fuck you up. But like, most of my firepower is from these beings that I've summoned. I don't like you as much. It's like just not my favorite. But if I'm Dr. Fate and I'm like imbued with the power of this helmet and this god, and Pokemon is different because you're not in a universe of superheroes. If I'm in a universe of superheroes, it's all contextual. If I'm in a universe of superheroes and I have to pull something else out to fight for me, that sucks. But in Pokemon universe, that's what everybody does. So it doesn't bother me as much. You know? I want the superhero to have control of their actions with an asterisk next to it, because a lot of these people that I do like are imbued with the power of a god, you know? Like, I don't mind that Juggernaut is imbued with the power of a god, and that's why he's unstoppable. That doesn't bother me. It's okay, because it's still him, Still him. It's really nuanced. There's no black, it's not black and white. Okay, allow me to grab the rest of my... Okay, so I moved on. I moved on from keeping my comic books in my cute little magazine rack that I love displaying them in because my collection is getting it's too much to put in those things and display everywhere. So I started getting these boxes on Amazon. I really want to get the cool like short boxes that you get from like your local comic book shop, you know, the ones that have artwork on them, but I've yet to find any that have artwork that I like. So I've been kind of struggling to find some. So until I find ones where I'm going to replace them, I have these ones from Amazon. I don't love them because they smell funny. And they stunk up my entire room. They stunk up my entire room until they finally like went away. The smell finally went away. And I tried looking at like eBay and things like that, but I couldn't find them. When I was at Comic-Con, I was looking for short boxes that I liked, couldn't find any. When I was at Frankenstein's yesterday, I was trying to find short boxes that I liked, couldn't find any. And I went to 2 comic book stores yesterday and I couldn't find any. I would love to commission somebody to make short boxes for me if that is a thing. Try looking at the comic book store Revenge of. Is that in Los Angeles? La 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 la. Let me see. Revenge of. Oh, it is in Los Angeles. Where is it? It's in. Where the fuck is Glassell Park? All right, I'll add it to my list. I have an ongoing list of comic book stores in LA that I want to check out. If you have any recommendations, please let me know. And I will faux show check them out. Okay, my comic book collection. This is everything that I read when I was collecting back in college. When I was younger, I didn't keep any of my comic books from when I was younger, and it's really sad, and it makes me really sad now. I also used to collect Pokemon cards, and I didn't keep any of those either, and I really wish that I had, but alas, I didn't. So I did, however, keep my comic books from when I was in college. So here are the ones that I read while I was in college. Let's see. I also have these two. Okay, so I have these. I have a graded Psylocke #1 from her 4-run series over there, and then I also have a Star Wars Darth Vader. That was they were both gifts for me. I have the very first issue of The Huntress, which I know I just showed you guys this, so I'm going to try and be really fast and only like point out the ones that are cool and worthwhile. But I have the first issue of The Huntress from her, I think it was when she was introduced in 1989. I found this randomly at a vintage store in like middle of nowhere fucking Washington. And I got it for like, I think $2. Like they didn't know what it was. And so I ended up getting it for $2. I think it's only worth like $20, but I think it's still really cool to have in my collection. I also really love The Huntress, so I'm glad that I have it. And then at that same store, I picked up Batman Legends of the Dark Knight. And this is from, I think 90 or 91, part 1 of this series. I have no idea what this is worth, if it was worth anything, but I really liked the cover. So I just grabbed it anyways. And those are kind of like my older, I have a couple of other older comics, but I don't think there's anything noteworthy other than the first Huntress edition, which I think is like worth $20 or something like that. I think I'm a little bit behind on subs. 1 second. Kamizi, thank you so much for 56 months. Welcome back. Ind Karma, thank you so much for the Prime. Welcome in. I hope you enjoy. John, thank you for 68 months with the Tier 1 subscription. Welcome back to you. Chero Bear, thank you for 28 months as well. And Ruben the Destroyer, thank you for 5 months. Welcome back and welcome in, everybody. Thank you so much. Okay, most of my collection is X-Men. Not gonna lie to you, it's a lot of X-Men. And I also have Doomsday Clock in here, and I have some really fun covers of Doomsday Clock. I have so much Jean Grey. There is going to be so much Jean Grey, and there's going to be so much Phoenix. One of my favorite covers is this Rorschach this Rorschach Doomsday Clock cover. So cool. And then I read the Avengers No Surrender run from, I don't know when this was, like maybe 2015 or something like that. And I do have this Avengers run, but otherwise I don't read a lot of Avengers. But yeah, I have Doomsday Clock. This was actually from South of Midnight. I haven't read this one, but they sent it to me, and I loved the art and things from South of Midnight, even though I didn't finish the game, so I just added it to my collection. I also have the Mighty Thor, the Death of the Mighty Force. This is the Jane Foster one, which I read. And then I have X-Men Red, Blue, and Gold, pretty much all of them. All of the single issues in here. And then I also have Jean Grey, and most of her single issues. You should get bag and board for all the single issues. Yeah, I didn't bag and board these back when I was collecting. I bag and board my comics now, but this whole box is basically not bagged and boarded, which is sad. I've got a lot of Uncanny X-Men in here. Yeah, more Uncanny, X-Men Blue. You'll see I'm very much so a Phoenix and X-Men enjoyer. This is the Phoenix Resurrection. I don't know when this is from. I got this for $1 at some random vintage store again. I think one place that's fun to look for comics is at these like random vintage stores, because they're not comic book stores, so they don't know what to price these things at, and so they literally just get it. Like I bought like 50-cent comics from where it's cool. Another Jean Grey cover. Blah, blah, blah. Jean Grey. Infinity Countdown. I think I got that from like a box. Mystic U. I didn't like this, so I didn't keep reading it. X-Men Gold, more X-Men, Phoenix Resurrection, more X-Men, Avengers. Niobe, I have not read, but I will probably when I run out of stuff to read. Do you prefer Quanon or Betsy? Quanon, 100%. 100%. That's why I had a lot of fun reading this most recent Psylocke run that got canceled, which made me really sad. I wish that they didn't do that, but it got canceled after 10 issues. Very, very sad. Probably not the best quality though, but if you don't get it graded, I guess it's good. Yeah, I don't care about grading my comics. I don't care about the quality. I don't intend on ever selling my collection. Maybe when I die, it can be put up for auction or something, but I have no intention of selling my collection, so I don't really care about. I try to take care of my books just because I like to take care of my physical media, but I have no intention of grading or selling my comics. I like to just keep them in good condition, Give them to your kids, which is us. If I have children, they will get my comic book collection, and I hope that they are better than me and they don't get rid of it. I have one issue of House of Slaughter that I got from a mystery box. I'm about to start reading Something is Killing the Children, and then I'll probably read House of Slaughter. Got like a random Hulk. I've got Unnatural Order. These were all from like one of those bags where you just pull it out. I'm going to talk about Age of Revelation and the Absolute Universe when I start talking about the current comic book runs that I'm reading. But right now I'm just showing my collection to you. And then I will talk about all of the current things. I thought you were going to say you have no intentions of dying. If there is a way to prolong my life or like upload my consciousness, I probably will do it. At some point in time, I really need to read Ultimate Spider-Man. I've heard it's really good, but I'm about to drop the hottest take of all time right now. Spider-Man is like everybody's fucking favorite ever. And I like Spider-Man, but I don't like Spider-Man the way that other people like Spider-Man. I don't read any of his comics. I have read a couple, and I just am like, it's just not. I'm going to be honest. I like women and I like magic. I like women and I like magical women. And Peter Parker is neither of those things. He's neither of those things. So as much as most people like fucking love Spider-Man, I will probably never pick up his books. But I did get these ones because it was like people were saying such amazing things about it. So I was like, okay, if I am going to pick up a Spider-Man book, I will try this. So we'll see. Then I have the Infinity Crusade. I think, what is this? Issue number 3 or something like that. Also found in a random store. More Jean Grey, More Jean Grey, more Jean Grey, more Phoenix. I do like Gambit. This is one of my favorite covers. X-Men Blue. I love that one. Rogue and Gambit, their run from I don't know when this was, I want to say a lot of these are like 2015, 2016, something like that. I read this one, really liked it. I have Doctor Strange, Loki, Sorcerer Supreme, and more Doctor Strange. I do really like Doctor Strange. Okay, this one I put in this box because I'm never going to touch it again. This also may be a hot take. I fucking hated Absolute Green Lantern. I love all the Absolute books, but Absolute Green Lantern, I couldn't do it. I read 5 issues. And I could not get into it. I thought it was slow. I thought the pacing was bad. I thought that there was nothing to get me hooked on this book. Nothing happened. In literally every issue, nothing happened. And I can handle a slow burn, but there was nothing. The flame was not even lit. It was not even lit. Absolute Green Lantern was trash? Don't think that's a hot take? Really? Oh my God. Okay, a lot of the people who I follow who talked about comic books had such good things to say about Absolute Green Lantern that I thought something was wrong with me. This is a Lilith statue, and she is in fact missing a wing. She got broken in my move, and I'm really sad, and I need to super glue her. Have you read Absolute Evil yet? Not yet, but this is on my read list for tonight. I am gonna read. I picked it up yesterday, but I wanted to finish Absolute Wonder Woman and Absolute Superman before I started reading this, and so I finished Superman this morning, so I'm gonna read this eventually. Doctor Strange Damnation, which is also what I have up there. More of the Mighty Thor, some Black Panther, Avengers No Surrender, Guardians of the Galaxy. Basically, I don't think I have anything too notable in these boxes, other than the fact that it's just fucking full of X-Men. It's literally just X-Men. I love the X-Men. Mystic U. I just got this because it has Zatanna in it, but I didn't like it. More Rogue and Gambit. More Avengers. Legion. Another one of my favorite superheroes. I fucking love Legion. I like people who are crazy. If you're crazy, I probably like you in any type of media. One of my favorite covers, which honestly I need to put in bag and board, Phoenix Resurrection #2, this variant edition. Oh, well, look at that. I have extra bag and board right here. I will slip you in because I love... Na, 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 na. Lukewarm take. The Absolute Superman is for readers like me who was never interested in Superman. Agreed. I talked about that on my TikTok, but I haven't talked about it yet today because we haven't gotten there yet. I'm gonna talk about all things new in a moment here. Okay, yeah, more Doctor Strange. There's really not much notable in here. It's just a lot of fucking X-Men. I just really fucking love the X-Men, and I love Jean Grey. And all of my notable things, I feel like I've already showed you. Okay, boom, bada bing, bada boom. Okay. This is all the stuff that I want. I have a bunch of stuff on my desk that you can't see right now. This is the stuff that I specifically want to talk about for this week's like comic book, like actual comic book club. But I'm going through and I'm finishing what I have in here. Okay. I did read House of X, Powers of X. But I haven't read it in totality. I've read like random jumping in points and single issues and things like that. But I really want to get the omnibus for like the Age of Krakoa. Like I want to get all of it. I want to get all of it and lock in. Okay. So I'm going to show you my Magik books. I have not read these yet. Whoa. I have not read these yet, which I got my top on Depop. I'd be a Depop girly. I have not read these yet. Well, no, I've read the first 2 issues. I also want to read Teen Titans. There's just so many things to read and so little time. But I need to read Teen Titans. I love Teen Titans. It is one of my more favorite teams, and so I'm looking forward to it. I'm going to show you these because I've got some really beautiful covers. What Magik issues don't you have? I have them all now. I've collected them all, and I'm going to read them all soon. I just only had issues 1 and 2 originally, and then I had to hold off until I collected, because I kind of like to read, especially when it's a run that only has so many issues, I really like to read them at kind of once. Okay, and then I have issue number 2. Issue number 3. This is a cosplay I really want to do too. Everybody was doing the Marvel Rivals version of Magik, and like I like her Marvel Rivals costume, but I just think her classic costume is like it's just so insanely nice. Issue number 4. Magik's, this run is written by a woman, right? I'm pretty sure the writer is a woman. Am I correct? Ever thought of making your own OCs or comic storyline? Yes, I want to really bad. I think this is one of my favorite covers from this Magik run. Obsessed. Issue number 6. Is this yes, this is the first comic book club. That's why I'm going back and showing you guys I'm calling it Comic Book Club 0, because we're gonna like set the stage for Comic Book Club in the future. And right now I'm just finishing up showing you guys my collection. This is my other favorite variant cover. It's number 7. It's the retro one. And I love that they have Dark Child in the cover, or in the corner over there. Yeah, obsessed. Do you have a favorite artist? No, I would say I'm not good at like knowing who writes things, but I'm trying to start committing it to memory. So I'm like, okay, I really like Matt Fraction's Batman run, so I'm pretty sure I like Matt Fraction. Everybody likes Hickman. Everybody likes Snyder. And I'm trying to remember like writers' names. For artists, I would say Peach Momoko is someone who I've committed to memory, although I don't collect a lot of her art. I am going to show you a Peach Momoko cover today from my new pickups, but I usually pick other art. I think one of my favorite things about comic books in general is comic book style art, and hers is definitely different. Her art is just different. You know what I mean? So, and I like it, but I like comic books for traditional comic book art, if that makes sense. But I think it is really beautiful. Then I have issue number 8. And the person who I do know that I like is Lee. No. Why can't I commit his name to memory? What is his name? Jim Lee. No. I have multiple of his. Ji Hyung Lee. I have multiple of his covers. I have multiple of his covers in my collection, and I didn't even really know it, but then I was like, oh, wait a minute, I've seen the same art over and over and over again. I'm like, oh, okay, so I must really like this artist. Okay, and then I have an issue number 9 and issue number 10. So I've finished Magik, and now I just need to read it. More recently, I'm so excited. As you guys know, I'm a Zatanna fangirl. I love Zatanna very, very much. I finally completed Zatanna Bring Down the House. I completed this yesterday. So I got this cover at Comic-Con. I'm pretty sure this is I think this is his art. I'm pretty sure that this is him. I think. Then I have Bring Down the House number 2. Beautiful. And then this one is not a variant cover, but it's still a really cool cover. Eventually, I want to. Oh, that's Art Germ, I think. Art Germ. Okay. Someone else. Eventually, I want to replace this with a. I want to replace this with a variant cover. This is my favorite cover of probably any Zatanna book ever. Maybe, I don't know. That's kind of high praise, but I just love the fact that you can see every costume that she's appeared in. I think this is so cool, and I know that there are multiple of these across multiple characters, and I would love to collect them all. And then I just picked this up yesterday at Frank & Sons, Bring Down the House issue number 5. And so I finally finished this and can read it, and I'm very, very, very excited to do so. What do you think about Scarlet Witch? She is another crazy comic book girl. I like her. I don't love her. I don't love her, but I like her. Like, she's up there, but she's not top 10 for me. What's your favorite absolute comic? It's so hard. I think it's Wonder Woman. I think for me, we'll talk more about this. No, I'll tell you my ranking later. I have the Phoenix in here. Need to catch up on this. And then I finally found Zatanna by Paul Dini. This is the collected edition that has everything from his run, plus like I think a couple other like supplementary single issues to help tie the story in. So I need to read this one as well. It's gonna take me a while. So I got to do that, but I eventually, because it's kind of stressing me out. Then in here I have my Angela trade paperbacks as well, because these are some of my favorite. She's one of my favorite characters. I really love Angela, so I have a bunch of Angela. This one that's in here is a Deadpool Spider-Man cover that was gifted to me. And it was from Japan, so that was kind of cool. Then I have Deadpool, Batman. I have 2 covers of this. I also have the Magik Catwoman one, but this is the Huntress Psylocke one. And then I have Zatanna, the most recent run. I have the Campbell Zatanna run. I need to... Basically, if I don't have a variant cover of it, and it is... I will pretty much always... pick up a variant cover, even if I like don't love the story. But then there are some people where like I need it, so I will be replacing issue number 1 with the variant cover eventually. But then I have Zatanna issue number 2. Bada bing, bada boom. So beautiful, obsessed. And then this one is Ji Hyung Lee for sure. I'm pretty sure. This is issue number 3. I'm 85% sure. And then I have issue number 4. This has one of my favorite comic panels of all time, actually. I'm going to show you guys. Oh, one thing that I want to tell you about Comic Book Club is it's not going to be spoiler friendly. I will be talking about comics in depth, which means that I will be spoiling things. So I will tell you before I'm about to spoil or dive too deep in or something like that. In case you want to mute quickly or go away and come back. Especially with the more recent stuff, I want to be cognizant of the fact that I am going to spoil things if I've read it. So I will be spoiling a page from Zatanna number 5. It's one of my favorites. Beep, 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 panels like ever. It's Zatanna breaking the 4th wall. I want to make sure that you guys can see it well. It's Zatanna breaking the 4th wall and jumping out of the page, addressing the reader, and then hopping back in, which I think is really fun. She literally looks up at you. And then she goes, "Don't mind me." And then she's like, she says to herself, like, "Stay on your own plane of existence." And then she hops back in to her book. And I think that this is just like one of the coolest comic panels ever. I love it so very much. I don't have a variant cover of this one, but I hope to get one eventually. So I wanted to show you guys that because I really love that. And then issue number 6. So they do put their names in the artists are credited. It's just that sometimes it's not on the front. Sometimes the artist is not credited on the front. It's like inside the book. And then when I have them in this thing, like I just am not gonna like go in and find it. I could, but I'm lazy. And hopefully some of you guys know. Hopefully some of you guys just know who the artists are. Then I have Imperial. I've been collecting Imperial. That's been a fun read. Yeah, I have like Imperial Black Panther and all of those. But I don't really want to talk about those today as much as the other stuff. Okay. So that is like my collection outside of the things that are currently on my desk, which we're going to talk about, which is also a lot of things. So now we're going to start talking about the more recent stuff. So again, this is not going to be spoiler friendly. If you do not want spoilers on any absolute, on any of, that kind of stuff, this is a part where be ready to mute, those sort of things. That was simply just my comic book collection. Ames, thank you so much for the prime. I really appreciate it. Welcome. On the wall behind you, are those comics or posters? Those are comics. I've hung up my comics back there. And you'll see this board kind of like switch often because I'm going to be switching it out for the seasons and things like that, because there are Halloween covers and there are Christmas covers and there are things like that. So I'm gonna kind of theme it to whatever season it is or what I'm reading or things like that. So right now this is my Halloween wall. You can see lots of spooky covers, and yeah, I'll just be switching them out. Yesterday I went to Frank & Sons. I want to show you what I picked up while I was at Frank & Sons. I talked a little bit about it. Yesterday. It was really cool. It was really cool. But it is for card people and a lot less for comic book people. And I thought it was going to be more for comic book people. There were not a lot of comic book shops, which made me kind of sad, but that's okay. I still was able to find a couple things. One, I found Zatanna Bring Down the House issue number 5, which I was missing, and I showed you guys that already. But I also got the Age of Revelation 0, the overture. So basically what happened... Okay, now we're going to start getting into it. X-Men currently, in continuity, has had 3 current like main runs. The X-Men, and then it had Uncanny X-Men, which is a title that's been going for a really long time, but it just like kind of starts, it keeps getting like rewritten by new people and new stories and yada, yada, yada. So I'm reading X-Men and Uncanny X-Men. Then there was Exceptional X-Men, which I read the first volume of and did not like. So X-Men is a Cyclops-led team, and Uncanny X-Men is like Rogue and Gambit, and then Exceptional X-Men is Kitty Pryde and Emma Frost. And in each team, they kind of start bringing in new people. So in Exceptional X-Men, it's 3 kids. I don't like any of their powers, and I don't like any of their personalities. So I just put it down. I think one thing that I'm trying to be good about is like, if I don't like reading a comic, I don't have to read it. And I feel like that's something that's like sounds so simple, but because so many things like tie into one another, I oftentimes feel like, oh, well, if I want to read the other X-Men books, then I have to read Exceptional X-Men, but I don't. Basically what I did, I stopped reading Exceptional X-Men, and there was like one tie-in that brought in like X-Force and other things as well. And I was like, oh, okay, I'll read those single issues to kind of know what's going on in this storyline overall. But for the rest of it, like, I don't need to read it, and that's okay. I've never read a Wolverine book, nor will I ever. That's crazy. That's a hot take. That's a hot take. Hi, Shira. Thank you. Yeah, so that's just something that I'm trying really hard to be good about. Okay, X-Men. So like I said, there were 3 major X-Men teams and 3 major X-Men books that has been going on since I think 2024. And each of these books has their own teams. So, yeah. So they're Exceptional X-Men, don't like. Uncanny X-Men, my favorite. It has Rogue, Gambit, Nightcrawler, Wolverine, and then it introduces 3 kids, and I love them. Or 4 kids. They introduced 4 new X-Men, essentially. They're called the Outliers. We have a... Let me have pictures. Allow me to... That's not a good one to show you guys, I don't think. Maybe... Bada bing. I mean, I guess, but they're like not in their regular costumes here, are they? Because they are... Okay, yeah, I guess we need to do this. Okay. So, Uncanny X-Men. This is the Rogue and Gambit-led team. And we introduced 4 new characters. So here we have Calico. She's like she was like a rich kid who came from a family, like she has a mom who's like really overprotective and is like the type of person who doesn't let her kid hang out after school, and she's a horse girl. She's an equestrian, so she has this bond with horses. Her powers, essentially, she summons this horse named Ember, who's we later find out is an undead horse, and she uses this horse in battle and kind of has this fire aesthetic type of thing. So that's Calico and Ember. I really like her. Then there's Ransom, who has a correct me if I'm wrong, because him I don't really understand. He has like a hole, like he doesn't have a heart. He has a hole where his heart is supposed to be, and he absorbs energy and then can like reproduce it stronger. So you hit Ransom with like some sort of energy field and he can multiply it out, essentially, is his whole thing. He wears this like really silly mask that I don't like. I don't really like his silly mask, but he's cool otherwise. Then some of my two favorite characters from the Outliers, we have Hotaru, or Death Dream. He's like a... Let me see if I can find a panel of him using his powers. He's just a creepy little shit. He's just a creepy little kid. One thing I want to point out, one of the reasons why I think that I really, really love this is the way that they draw Rogue. They make her so stunning. Like in every panel she's in, I literally am like, oh my God, she's just so stunning. I should just pull out all of the books so that I can flip through and show you what I want to show you. And then maybe if I'm really good, if I get really good at this whole comic book club thing, when I'm reading, I'll start like bookmarking pages so that I can pull them up on stream and not be scrambling for the things that I'm looking for. Huh? That'd be pretty cool, huh? Wouldn't it? Yeah, but your streamer's not prepared, so she didn't do that. And you'll have to forgive me. Okay, I'm trying to find somewhere where you can see Death Dream using his powers because he's pretty cool. Honestly, this is the happiest I've seen you with a hobby. I'm having a very nice time. I really am. And it makes me happy that enough people are also interested or just willing to listen to me yap about the shit that I'm going to yap about. Because it's so much easier to make content and stream when it is something that you're passionate about. And I'm glad that you guys can tell that I am. You know what? I should go into the Dark Artery ones. This is like post Dark Artery, and I think that's why I'm not finding any of them using their powers. I didn't like this storyline. The Mutina fucking annoys me. Okay, she's fucking annoying. I'm not a fan of Mutina. Would you ever do like an intro to comic books, like good series to start with? Yeah, I'm more than happy to just talk about that in general without it having to be like a whole thing. If you tell me like, oh, there's a character that I'm really interested in or something like that, or if you, this is just like general comic talk. So if you want to be like, how do I get into comics? I'm more than happy to talk about those things too. This is really like free flowing. Like there's no schedule, there's no curriculum. Like I'm not a teacher. We can talk about whatever. What I will say is I don't know everything. I'm not a comic guru. I know a lot, and I've read a lot, but I don't know everything. And so I can do my best to lead you in the right direction, but there's going to be people out there who know way more than me. Okay, this is not necessarily the panel that I want to look for because I think that there are so many other panels that show his powers way cooler, but he kind of turns into this black gooey stuff, and then he summons a bunch of spirits around him, and he just becomes this like terrifying black cloud of death, and it's really creepy, and I love him. So that's Death Dream. He's one of my more favorites. He's like a moody kid, and he doesn't, like, he's just kind of surrounded with death, and so he doesn't, no, not this one. He like kind of lacks social skills almost, and he can't pronounce certain things, and he's just really cute and silly, and I love him. I like really, really love him as a character. And he's kind of like got this loner mentality, and he's just a little dweeb, and he's cute and adorable, and I love him. And then the last person from this new team is Jitter. Let me find Jitter. Would you say he's emo? Yeah, he's definitely fucking emo. Then there is, oh my God, Darkest of Nights. Thank you so much for the 20 gifted subs. What the heck? Thank you. I really appreciate that. Welcome in if you got gifted a sub. I hope you enjoy emotes, and I hope you enjoy your sub badge. Welcome in, everybody. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If you're here, please say thank you to your sub-gifter, Darkness of Nights. That's so freaking kind of you. Thank you so much for the 20 gifted. I really, really appreciate that. Welcome in, everybody. And Sam, welcome back for 47 months. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you guys for the support. It means a lot. Thanks for the 20 gifted. Oh my God, thank you. Okay, I was gonna say I got distracted by the 20 gifted subs. Thank you so much. The last person who is a member of the Outliers, the 4 new kids that were introduced to the X-Men, is Jitter. Jitter is really cool. Jitter speaks with a stutter, which is not the most important thing about her. I don't know why I started there, but it was just the first thing that popped into my head. She speaks with a stutter. Her power is really interesting. She has like she keeps a watch on her wrist, and she can become the best at one thing for 1 minute. I know it sounds kind of bad because it kind of is, right? Like she has a very obvious limit, but she can, like, if she needs to administer first aid, she'll be like, okay, I now know like everything about surgery and neurosurgeon and yada yada whatever, but she has a minute to use that power essentially. So she's both really fucking cool and really fucking limited. Like she has a nerf. What I'm gonna be really interested to see, it sounds like it's just kind of put into her code. You know, to me, it reminds me of the Matrix, where you like plug in and then you download and like, oh, now I know how to fly a helicopter, that kind of thing. She does have a cooldown. What I'm really interested to see as she grows as a mutant and as a hero, I want to know if she will be able to prolong her time where she can use her power, like if she can use her power for more than a minute, or if that's just like hardwired into her code as a mutant. Maybe she only can last for a minute and that's just the way that it is, or maybe she'll be able to do it longer. My hope is that she's going to be able to do it longer eventually, because I think she's really cool, and like a minute is such a big fucking nerf. Like what fight lasts a minute, you know? So yeah, she's really interesting. So that is the Uncanny X-Men, which is the current Uncanny X-Men run. And then it has, you know, Nightcrawler, Rogue, Gambit, all those people. But these are the 4 new people who are a lot of fun to read about. And I really like them. I like their personalities. They're all very different. There's a little love situation going on in here. And I guess I'm spoiling everything else. Jitter and Calico like each other, and it's really cute. And we've got like little lesbians, and it makes me so happy. And then Death Dream is, yeah, he's just like a quirky little kid. And Ransom is like the big brother. And their dynamic is just so great. Like, I really love the dynamic of the 4 of them. I love this dynamic between the 2 girls, and then I love the dynamic between the 2 boys. So for me, it's like the perfect addition. Now, I'm the type of person who I really struggle when new characters are brought to me, because I have so many characters that I've loved for like my entire life. And I think that's why I struggled with Exceptional, is I was like, oh, I don't like these people. Like, I do not like these new characters. But these 4 are so endearing that it made Uncanny X-Men like so much fun to read. So I think they did a really good job developing their characters, and I can't wait to read more of it. So we talked Exceptional, and then there's Uncanny, and then there's the main X-Men run. The main X-Men run that's going on right now is led by Cyclops. It has Kid Omega and Juggernaut and Magik and Psylocke and Beast and some other people that I can't think about right now. But it has some other people. They also have new additions. They have 2 new additions. They have a girl who I don't think's gotten, well, no, she did just get her name in Age of Revelation. I'll get there though. She just got her superhero name, but I think for now she doesn't have one. Oh, there's also Temper and Magneto, and Temper and Magneto. I think that's all I was missing. But there's 2 new heroes in this one. We've got Jennifer, who is, her new name, her name is Animalia, I think, right? That's what she's going by. That's like her code name is Animalia, but her name is Jennifer. Basically, this one's kind of a lot. Do you like Okay, I'm gonna keep asking what you guys like as we're going through this, because again, this is Comic Book Club Zero. This is Comic Book Club Zero. So if you're like, Sydney, I don't want to hear about this, you can tell me. Do you guys like that I'm telling you kind of what's going on in the storyline? Do you want to know that? Do you want me to talk about the story? Is Charles dead? No, Charles is currently off-world. Charles was being held in a prison, which you read a lot of in the main X-Men. There's this prison called Grey Malkin, and in this prison, there's this, here's a bad bitch, and she's in a white coat and yada yada, and she's keeping a bunch of mutants prisoner as for fucking always, okay? And they were holding Charles Xavier for his crimes against people after the Age of Krakoa. There was this whole storyline that happened where essentially he broke out, and then the tie-in to Imperial, which is another book, and I know as I'm talking about this, I recognize why it's so daunting to get into comics. It is so scary because the continuity is all over the fucking place. I'm so lost. Yeah, I know. And I'm trying really hard. Please ask questions if you're confused and I will try and help you, okay? Lunga, thank you for 6 months. Welcome back with the tier 1. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. So, Charles, along with many other mutants, was being held at this Grey Malkin prison. This prison is for mutants. It was taken over by people. It was the old X Mansion. Thank you for mentioning that. I think that's a good call out. It's the old X Mansion, and it got turned into a prison. So it's kind of sad in that way. In Imperial, which is another book that we are going to talk about at some point in time, there is a current larger event happening in Marvel. It's called Imperial. It's a war that we later find out is being orchestrated by 2 people. We'll talk about those people when we get to talking about Imperial. But essentially all of the... How bad is the bad bitch? She's bad. She's a baddie. She's a baddie. I'll see if I can find her. What was I saying? Oh, I'm talking about Imperial. Or why was I talking about Imperial? I don't remember. I got distracted by the baddie. Oh, you asked about Charles Xavier. Basically, Charles Xavier resurrected his wife with one last Krakoan resurrection egg. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, honestly, I'm not going to go back and fill you in. But basically, there was an era called Krakoa. It was a home for a bunch of mutants, and it was peaceful and prosperous. And that ended up falling apart, as it always does, because mutant stories are tragedies. Anyways, they found a way to resurrect mutants through these eggs. So basically, if you died, you didn't really die, and you'd get hatched in an egg. But then they got, then there was a virus, and so people started getting infected by this virus, and then they lose control of their mutant powers. Currently, Magneto, in this current X-Men run, he has this virus. It's called the Legacy virus, and he's not as strong, and he's in a wheelchair. But Professor X, coincidentally, is not in a wheelchair. Anyways. Professor X is off-world right now because he resurrected his wife, who is from the, she's from the Shi'ar Empire, right? She's one of the fucking bird people, okay? And she's from way off winds of deep space, and their daughter just got captured because there's a big war going on in space. And anyway, so he resurrected his wife, and now he's off planet. Professor X is gone. That's all you need to know. I could have given you the short story. The short story is he was in jail, but now he left. They broke him out of prison, and then they got him off world. He's still bald, but he walks. Magneto has hair and doesn't walk. Back to X-Men. I'm sorry for asking. Yeah, we got a little derailed there. Back to X-Men. Basically, X-Men, the TLDR, it's a Scott-run team. Scott's kind of fucking annoying. I don't know, maybe you like him, maybe you don't. I'm not a huge fan. Or, I am. I think that he is a necessary good/evil, but he's kind of fucking annoying, okay? Scott's kind of a bitch. And that's fine. But he leads this team, but it has a lot of people that I really love. Magik is someone who I love so much. And I think that she has a really strong presence in these current X-Men books. She's a little unruly and kind of does what she wants, and I think that's a lot of fun. And I like seeing her relationship with the Juggernaut. And she's just fucking cool. Yada yada yada. Stuff happens. There's this fucking prison. People, this bad bitch is putting a bunch of mutants in prison. Let's not talk about that, because really what I'm leading up to is the Age of Revelation. Okay, the big thing we have to talk about is the Age of Revelation, and I'm just trying to get there. Holy shit, guys! This is my first set. I don't know how long I've been talking about the X-Men. This is my first of many books which I intend to talk about today. So we're gonna be here for a long time. Anywho, the very first, X-Men stuff happens, prison, yada yada. What starts to get interesting that sets us up for a new event that is happening in the X-Men Marvel universe. Okay, so I have a silly question to ask. When you read, do you imagine different voices for characters based on how they might sound? No, I don't. Not at all, actually. It's kind of just me. Oh my god, speaking of badass Magik, like, hello! She's so awesome. Okay. In the most recent X-Men book, not the most recent, because the most recent one is Age of Revelation, but last week, we got X-Men 22, which led us into this new age, this Age of Revelation. So basically what's going to happen is all of the current continuity X-Men books that we just talked about, Uncanny, Exceptional, and the main X-Men run, are going to take a pause. And they're going to be pausing until you have DMCA music playing right now. No worries, because Toe split my audio, which means that it's not going to save. It's not going to save these to my VODs, which means my VODs won't be muted. So this is just for us. The tunes right now are just for us. Shouts out to Toast for doing that for me. So, in this book, basically what happens is it sets up the future of the event that's going to happen. So, like I said, these are all going to take a pause. These are pausing the main timelines, the main continuity, until January. In the time between literally yesterday and until then, we're getting this thing called the Age of Revelation. The thing that I love and hate is I feel like we get a reboot of the same storylines over and over and over again. It's either Apocalypse, Days of Future Past, Sentinels. It's just the same shit over and over and over again. And I think that's why the Krakoan era was such a strong era for people, is because it was really like new, and that was fun. We're kind of getting we're kind of getting the same shit again. It's kind of the same things again. So we'll see. I'm really hoping it's going to be good, but we'll see what happens. In X-Men, there are a couple of powers at play with which we need to discuss. So there's the main X-Men team. They're operating out of Alaska. An old Sentinel facility, actually, is where they've set up base. There are these people called the Upstarts. The Upstarts, were the Upstarts made by 3K? You know what? Honestly, they don't really fucking matter. What does matter is 3K. 3K is a group that is run by Cassandra Nova, which we later find out. Cassandra Nova runs this crew where she's creating mutants. She essentially created a virus to create mutants. So she's making new mutants. And the kind of big deal about this one is that there are new mutants in adulthood. Normally your X gene activates when you're young, you hit puberty, you're like 13, 14, 15, 16. Cassandra Nova has made a virus which is making new mutants as adults. So the two people who joined the new X-Men team, Jennifer, later known as Animalia, and I think his name is Ben. Is this the Krakoan age? No, this is post Krakoan. This is the current run. Ben, Animalia essentially can change her like animal form. She can be like a bird. She can also be like a fish person. So she kind of like adapts in animal form. Ben, I don't really understand his powers. He kind of, I think he's like a really powerful telepath type of situation. Basically, the one time we get to see him use his powers is he creates the illusion of an alien invasion in the middle of like San Francisco or something like that. And it was like this huge deal. I think that's his powers. Okay, so really all you need to know is X-Men, and then there's 3K is making New Mutants, which is a big deal. Then in come this trio. This trio is we've got Revelation. Okay, his name is Doug Ramsey. He's a mutant, and he is now the heir of Apocalypse. And then his wife, Bay, who I'm not super familiar with. I know she's from Araco, which is like the Krakoan counterpart. And then there's Warlock, who I think is really funny. He's just like a weird, I don't even fucking know what he is, but I don't know. Anyways, these three, they come to the X-Men and they go, yo, we want to join the X-Men. And it's really weird. And I remember reading this and being like, this is weird. This was a weird thing. And now that I've read Age of Revelation 0 and Age of Revelation 1, I know why it was so weird. Basically, he rolls up and he's like, I want to join the X-Men. And then everybody's just like, yeah. This is just a panel of everybody saying yes. They all go, yeah, okay, yeah, sure, join the X-Men. And then Scott and Doug go to dap each other up, and then Scott starts tweaking out. I'm like, why the fuck, bro, tweaking out? Then this is the last panel that you get from the X-Men. Scott starts tweaking out. You see this like grizzled version of Scott. And then it says, next, the Age of Revelation begins in X-Men Age of Revelation Overture. So now all of continuity is taking a pause. Bada bing, bada boom. We've paused. And now we are moving into the Age of Revelation. This came out a couple months ago, quite a few months ago, and it was, I'm pretty sure it was like a silent drop. And people didn't really know it was coming out, and it just appeared in comic book stores. This comes out, and it's from the perspective of Zorn, who has a black hole for a head. He's got a black hole for a head. It's a real powerful guy, real dangerous guy. I just read this like 2 days ago, I think. No, I just read this last night. Just kidding. I just read this last night because I have not been able to get my hands on this book. This is the precursor to all of Age of Revelation, which is now the current storyline that's happening in the X-Men comics. So forget everything I just told you. We're moving on. We're moving on already. And we're going to get all new titles. So you can see here. And this is another one of those things where it's like, oh, if I don't want to read these, I don't have to, but I will try 1 issue, 2 issues, a couple issues of each. In the Age of Revelation, we have Amazing X-Men, Binary, Long Shots, Sinister Six, Unbreakable X-Men, Cloak or Dagger, Omega Kids, Undead Pool, Expatriate X-Men, Iron and Frost, Radioactive Spider-Man, X-Vengers, X-Men Blood of Revelation, or Book of Revelation, Rogue Storm, Laura Kinney Sabretooth, and The Last Wolverine. So there's gonna be a lot of fucking titles. I know, Marvel events are always like this. Why are they always like this? So we have a lot of... You only really stick to the main one. Well, okay, here's my prediction. I think I'm gonna read Amazing, Unbreakable, and Expatriate X-Men. I'm probably going to read Long Shots, because I think that will be a fun one. I'm not super interested in binary, but I'll try. I'm probably going to read Cloak or Dagger. I didn't think I was going to read Omega Kids until I read this and Age of Revelation 1. Now I think I might read Omega Kids. Probably going to read Sinister Six. I love Mr. Sinister. I will probably read on Deadpool. I love Deadpool. I probably will skip Iron and Frost. I'll probably skip Radioactive Spider-Man. I'll probably skip X-Vengers, or I'll try it, but I'm not excited about it. I'll probably skip The Last Wolverine. I will read Laura Kinney Sabretooth. I love X-23. I love Laura Kinney. I'll read Rogue Storm, and I'll read Book of Revelation. So we will see. Okay. Basically, this comes out a couple months ago. Just kind of silent drops in comic book stores. We get this prequel, essentially from Zorn's POV, explaining how we got here. So we've time skipped. We've now time skipped 10 years into the future. And that's where the Age of Revelation will be told. Zorn essentially says, everything's changed. Doug, aka Revelation, went crazy. He wasn't always crazy, but he went crazy. He joined the X-Men. He lost his rocker. He created a whole new world where everyone's a mutant. So everyone gets infected with this X virus that was made by 3K originally, or we think. Everyone gets infected with this X virus, and now everyone's turning into a mutant. He then changes. So, okay, what we learn, or what I didn't know, and I want to make sure I'm correct here, is that his powers... Understand why British one, he was considered to be one of the weakest New Mutants due to his lack of offensive abilities. Okay, so his power is just language learning? Is that true? There's no way. Linguistics, body language, binary codes, abilities. His powers changed, right? Yeah, because essentially in this book, he can... Why I thought this last one is weird, where he says, let me join the X-Men, and everybody just says yes. And I was like, that's fucking weird. His power now, from my understanding, is that he has, like, essentially telepathy. Like, whatever he says, he wills. Like, he says, I want to join the X-Men, and they go, okay. And, like, that's kind of his power. I don't think he's necessarily reality bending, but if he says, like, get down on your knees, they're gonna get down on their knees. And he basically keeps these people around him, and these people boost his powers so he can kind of do anything. He can convince everyone through language, basically. Okay, yeah, it's like influence. He has, like, influence over your choices in your mind and things like that. So he takes over really fucking fast because that's his power. So he creates, like, this team essentially of people who can boost his power, and he wills people into his control. So he gets Kid Omega and Psylocke on his team, and he takes over. Then Cortez is one of these people. I forget what they're called, but they essentially boost other mutant powers. He finds this guy, and this panel for me was like, oh, holy shit. Basically, the people to stand up to Revelation was the U.S. government. So it says, Vanisher should have never been able to teleport anything within miles of the White House. But with Cortez's assistant, Vanisher was, in that moment, more powerful than he'd ever been before. So we learn about these people who can boost other, choristers in the story. Yes, thank you. Then we get this panel that says, the DC crater. The United States never fully recovered. And so this is where DC used to be, and the Vanisher just made it vanish. So the people to oppose him now are gone. They're just gone. we get Zorn essentially walking through this new world that Revelation has created. He's changed the biome essentially to support mutant life. So the world as we know it now looks different in the Revelation territories because he's essentially terraformed. He's terraformed using mutant powers to change things. We have this group, of course, of opposition of X-Men. While some of the X-Men are working with Revelation, we have this group of opposition. We have Glob. It looks like Jennifer's in here. We've got Beast, Magneto, Zorn, and then we have Cyclops. Cyclops, I think, made a big oopsie. Can't remember what his big oopsie is, but essentially Cyclops makes a big oopsie and is like, oh no, I'm a piece of shit, and hates himself and like goes into isolation. So they recognize, hey, this Cyclops is not going to be helping us. We need the OG Cyclops. We need the Cyclops that like really gives a shit. And then, of course, comes in the same tie-in that we have all of the time, which is we send your consciousness forward or backward. So that's what we get. Here's what people are going to look like in this age of Revelation. So we've got angsty, tattered Cyclops and scary skull mask Wolverine. We have Fearless, who looks really freaking cool. Fantastica, Magni, Kid Man Thing. I'm trying to see, but I also can't see. We get our first look at Laura Kinney Sabretooth, Glob, Psylocke, Beast, and Animalia. And then Undead Deadpool and Cable. So that's how we finish up the prologue, essentially, that introduces the Age of Revelation. Then the Age of Revelation officially started yesterday, which is, I read that somewhere in here. Somewhere in here is the Age of Revelation. I just gotta find it. It's just, amongst all of my, here we go. So then we have the I wish comics were longer. Yeah, I do really love trade paperbacks, I won't lie. I timed myself. Someone in chat asked me, how long does it take you to read a comic book? And I was like, you know what, that's a good fucking question, because honestly, they're pretty short. They're like 24 to 30 pages. How long does it take me to read a single issue? If I'm just reading, it takes me like 5 or 6 minutes. Like, it's really fast. If it has art that I'm really enjoying and I take my time, I can take like 10 to 15 minutes. But they go by pretty quick. That's kind of why I like to collect them. Even though I've been reading week to week, I do like to collect them as well. Okay, then yesterday comes out the Age of Revelation. Is everyone following me? Are you a comic book club? Are you all following me? Are you with me right now? So far, yeah? Okay. You're following me? Okay, cool. Does anyone have any questions? Anyone have any questions? I'm ready for the the end of term test. Okay, good, because this will be on the test. Okay, so now that was prologue. That was book 0. Now we have book number 1. This just came out yesterday. So those 16 titles that I just showed you will be coming out all month, and everything else is paused except for like a couple other X-Men books that are in current continuity, but I don't know that I'm going to read them. Okay, then we get X years later. This is the start of the Age of Revelation for real now. We go through, we basically see that there are lesser communities that are like not doing very well, and Revelation sends out people to help them. He sends out a chorister. This is the chorister. Okay, the chorister is the person who amplifies other mutant powers. So she gets to this village. The village has no food, no water, things like that. She comes across this little girl and she goes, okay, well, your mutant power is to fix things. You fix things. She needs to fix her whole village, essentially. And she's like, you can do it. Like, I'm going to boost your powers. Now fix the village. So they fix the village. And then Psylocke's like, yo, something's wrong. Chorister gets her fucking head blasted off by some sort of beam. And we then find in the bushes none other than Glob. Glob is a real funny guy. Glob is a real funny X-Men. In the X-Men books, he doesn't really do a whole lot. He cooks. He was a nobody before he became a mutant, and then he became a mutant, and like Glob, he is a glob essentially, and so now he works at the X compound as the chef, and he's really cute, and I love him. Okay, so then we get a look at the opposing X-Men team who is going to be rebelling against Revelation, essentially. And in this room, you might recognize this from Days of Future Past and many other books in which we transfer consciousness. We have transferred the consciousness of young Cyclops, the Cyclops from 10 years ago, the Cyclops that we know from X-Men, who's a little shit and is just very Scott Summers, into the old war-torn body of current, X years later, Cyclops. So he wakes up, he's like, yo, where the fuck am I? And then we later find out that we have Beast. His old consciousness has been uploaded as well, and when he woke up, he freaked the fuck out and started hurting people. So then they catch Scott up to speed and they go, all right, welcome. This is the age of Revelation, where everyone is a mutant and we're all under the influence of this guy named Revelation, who is Apocalypse's heir. Then we take a look at what the fuck has happened to Doug Ramsey over the last 10 years. And as you can see, he looks very different. He was just a young blonde boy, and now he looks like the heir to Apocalypse. He looked real freaky, and he is real freaky. One of his main right-hand men is Psylocke. She's currently under his influence, which I think is really kind of interesting, seeing as she is a telepath. So I found it kind of funny that he was able to gain control. I mean, she's not the strongest telepath, right? Like, compared to other people, she is definitely a weaker telepath than others. But I was interested to see. Also, Sparrowhawk, I love that question. I'm gonna tell you. Doug used to be a big softy. What happened to his wife? Okay, that's a really important plot point. Doug is a big softy and he loves his wife. His wife, Bay, that I mentioned from X-Men, he loves his fucking wife, okay? And she's the one that from Araco that I mentioned. He loves her. He is a big softy. We're gonna get to that. That's a good question. Here she is. So here's Bay. Basically, he sends, she's left. She's like, dude, you've really taken a turn and you're an asshole now, and I don't agree with you. I'm getting the fuck out of here. He then sends Psylocke after his wife to capture and kill her. We basically explain what the heck's going on to Scott. We catch him up to speed. We're like, okay, Doug, he's gone crazy and he has taken over and changed the land. We get introduced to Age of Revelation Beast, who's like, yeah, I woke up and I was real cranky. What I really like is we get to see the Age of Revelation territories here. So we can see Washington, D.C., which the Vanisher vanished, so that's gone. And these are all the Revelation territories. So this is where it's all mutants and under the control of, of Revelation. And then we have San Francisco, the new capital of the U.S., because Revelation has removed himself from the U.S. Then we have, Free Nation of Texas, Haven House. Haven House in Louisiana is where the Uncanny X-Men has been operating out of. So the team that has Rogue as the leader is at the Haven House. And then down here, over here it says Limbo Lands, ruled by Darkchild and Juggernaut. One thing that we learn in this book is that Illyana Rasputin, or Magik, has died, but Darkchild did not die. Now, I know a lot of you guys probably know about Magik, but if you don't, Magik essentially is the ruler of Limbo. She has two forms. She has her main human form, which is Magik, Illyana Rasputin, but then she also has this demonic form called Darkchild, who is real bad news, and normally is subdued by Magik, and it's a struggle for her to control this form of hers. And reading that, Limbo Lands ruled by Darkchild and Juggernaut is terrifying, because Darkchild is just like a demon of like destruction, and it now has no magic to keep her at bay, and Juggernaut's always down to kill people. Even after Juggernaut joined the X-Men, he was still fucking down to kill people. He did not give a shit. He'll murk you on sight. He does not care. So these two running amok sounds terrifying, but I also can't wait to read about it. Then down here it says climate change in South America due to storms changing of the Sahara. We don't know what that is yet. It sounds like storm is controlling the climate and changing some things, but we'll figure out about that later in the other books that we're gonna get to read. So now we see Bay and Psylocke fight. It's kind of a cool fight. Yada yada, blah blah blah. Glob's about to murk someone again, and Scott, who is now past Scott, is not used to this Glob, because his Glob just like cooks in the kitchen and is a really nice guy, and he's about to start popping caps in people. So he gets to this apocalyptic future and is like, whoa, a lot of people have really changed. Another important note is Kid Omega, who is not so much of a kid anymore. He has these things, which is going to be a book later, a bunch of kids called Omega Kids, and he controls them and uses them for like a telepathic spy network, essentially. So he has these kids running around spying on people, and he sees through their eyes. So he's spying on all sorts of people and all sorts of things. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, yeah, another important note. Revelation has this secret weapon, and man, this guy has been used as a secret weapon so many times. I'm sure you can guess who it is. I'm sure you can guess who this Weapon X is. He has a secret weapon that he looms over people's heads and is like, if you disobey me, I'll send my death angel. What do they call him again? Oh yeah, Revelation's Angel of Death, his greatest assassin. And then we turn the page and we see that it's fucking Wolverine. So Wolverine is now let loose, allowed to kill essentially anyone who opposes Revelation, which is also terrifying. So Wolverine comes through, he murks Magneto. Oh shit, he just got fucking stabbed. Glob is like, I'm gonna pop some caps in your ass. Which obviously doesn't happen. Wolverine starts tearing through everybody, essentially. Yep, Magneto kaputs. Then it's getting so bad, everyone's dying. And you remember I told you Age of Revelation 0 is from the perspective of this guy named Zorn, who has a black hole for a head? Yeah, well, he goes, oh, holy shit, this is going really bad. And he says, you're not fast enough to stop me, Logan. Are you strong enough to survive me? And then he takes his helmet off. And like I mentioned, he has a black hole, a literal black hole for a head. So he takes his helmet off, and then we get this panel where we can see this, like, a nuke, essentially. Wolverine's power level is so over-jerked by the writers. Yeah, the writers have a hard-on for Wolverine. They always will. Where's that guy? Where's that guy that asked about how much of a softie Doug Ramsey is and how much he loves his wife? We're going to circle back to that now. Well, he comes to find his wife, who has just lost to Psylocke, who he sent after his wife. And he's like, my love, we've sacrificed so much for this mission, like for our mission, I'm fulfilling our mission. He talks to her, sweet nothings, I love you, I'll never forget you, and then he fucking finishes her off. So to that guy who asked about him being a big softie, yeah, he's changed. He just fucking kills his wife. Then, one really big important note that I didn't make while we were fighting with Psylocke. Bay essentially says, things are not what they seem. Everyone is under the impression that the X virus was made by 3K. But everything is not what it seems, and this whole thing was built on a lie, essentially. And Revelation has other plans, and you guys like don't actually know what's going on. Then she says, I'm sending signal to his dad. I'm calling his dad on his ass. And he says, I'm letting Apocalypse know what the fuck Doug is doing here because it's not okay. And then she essentially sends out a transmission before Psylocke kills her to Apocalypse. And then she says, Apocalypse will decide what must be done. So it looks like we're going to get like a dad-son fight, which should be cool. And then again, we get to see all of the books that are coming out. Here's all the ones that will be coming out in the coming days. Again, the ones I'm really excited for. I'll be reading the main X-Men lines. I'll be reading Laura Kinney, Sabretooth. Long shots, I'm not entirely sure what's going on with this one, but it's something about, it's led by MODOK. I think, I don't know. I don't know exactly what's going on in this one, but I am going to pick it up because I think it will be good. Then we have more X-Men teams. Iron and Frost I probably won't read. Rogue Storm looks like we're going to hear more about how Storm is changing the climate in some areas. And then we have the Omega Kids, which is, I'm assuming, going to follow the kids that he sends out as spies, which is why I'm a little bit interested in reading that one. We've got Undeadpool, Cloak and Dagger. Is anyone going to read any of this? You guys going to read these? Which ones are you going to pick up? Which ones are you going to skip? I'm real curious about what your plans are. I will eventually. Yeah, no, not really. I'm curious which ones you're going to try all of them. I intend to skip all of them. Wow, you guys are real opposite comic readers, huh? Nah, I'll listen to you. Yeah, and if you don't, that's the beauty of Comic Book Club is I'll tell you what's going on. Hello, Jozo. Thank you for 49 months. Welcome back. I appreciate it. And Good Lucky Bear. Thanks for 2 months. Welcome back. I appreciate that. I want to start, but where do I start? Well, this is a great, if you want to jump into X-Men, this is a great place to start because it's not within continuity. It's not like canon necessarily. It's an entirely own event. So if you are interested in reading X-Men, these are really great places to start. I would recommend with X-Men Age of Revelation Overture #1. And then within this book, it's going to tell you the exact reading order, essentially. It says you start, this is the book that we're on. Then we have Amazing X-Men, which will come out next week. And Binary and Sabretooth and Long Shots and World of Revelation. So you can get those next week. And then the week after that, you can get this one. So right now, if you're interested, this is a really good jumping on point for X-Men comics. Too busy in the cosmic space to keep up with the X books. You're reading Imperial, huh? You're reading Imperial and Phoenix. So that's what's going on with the X-Men currently. I hope that this is good. I really hope that this is good. So far, I'm interested. We'll see. I'm gonna continue to read. I'll probably pick up issue #1 of everything that was just shown, and then we will see how I like them. We'll see. I'll try them all. We'll see what happens. How much is a comic book? A bunch of different prices. Some are going to be $3.99. Some are going to be $5.99. Some are going to be $6.99. Some are going to be $4.99. It depends. Are you getting a variant cover? Are you not getting a variant cover? What publisher is it by? Is it Marvel? Is it Image? Is it, a more indie, smaller company? It will depend, but I would say between $3 and $6. Okay, I think the only thing you missed is that Hank in this issue is our Hank from X-Men. Well, I did, right? I said that his consciousness also got pushed forward 10 years in the future, and he woke up all cranky and started tweaking out, and they had to subdue him. ACP Spiffer, thank you for 22 months. Did I miss anything else? I feel like that this was my overview of the X-Men. I feel like the rest of these I won't be too in depth with, because the rest of these I won't be too in depth with because I care the most about this, and then I care the most about Absolute, and the rest of these will be a little bit less in depth. The thing is, now that we're caught up here, next week's comic book club will look like probably me reading the things and then talking to you about them. Which I think means Thursday morning is probably still a good time to do it. Yeah, that's X-Men. Here's everything else I'm reading. Let's at least talk about it. Did I already show you my Justice League Dark covers? Because I'm going to put them away. I picked up 2 issues of Justice League Dark yesterday while I was at Frankenson's. I would like to collect all of the new 52 Justice League Dark, and then I would also like to collect the other Justice League Dark eventually. Singles of everything would be really sweet. Of course, I had to pick this one up because it's got my girl on it, Zatanna. Oh, you do DC as well? Yes, we are going to get there. We will get there. We're going to get there. Actually, I think I'm going to skip over to DC right now. Well. Actually, let's stay in the Marvel vein. I think that's smart. Let's stay in Marvel, and then we'll move over to DC. Do I even want to talk about Imperial? God, I was just like I could. But do I want to? How about we talk about Imperial really quickly? Because I'm reading it, but I'm not obsessed with it. So we'll talk about it briefly. Let me grab... I'm kind of just catching you guys up on the current storylines that I'm reading so that we're able to talk about them week by week and you guys know what's going on as we talk about them, okay? That's kind of the plan that I'm trying to... I know these aren't all my Imperial books. Where are you guys? Where did I put you? I need to get more organized, too. Now that I know that you guys like this, I'm going to attempt to be more organized about it. Okay, we don't need all of them. It's fine. Imperial. Big galactic space war. Okay. We're in deep space now. This is not X-Men. This is not Avengers. This is the Intergalactic Federation of fucking... I don't even know. There's a bunch of empires. There's the Kree and the Skrull and the Shi'ar and the Wakandan Empire all in space. The leaders of all of these empires or their heirs or important political figures all drop dead from the same poison. They all drop dead from the same poison. One of these leaders is Hulk's son, who is currently the leader of Sakaar. If you have seen Thor Ragnarok, you're familiar. That's Thor Ragnarok, right? Yeah. If you've seen Thor Ragnarok, you are familiar with Sakaar. It is the planet that is run by the Grand Master, where it's just a big death planet and everybody fucking fights. Everyone just fucking fights there, and that's exactly, it's just a war planet. They all fucking fight. Okay. Hulk's like, yo, somebody killed my fucking son. So he brings Amadeus Cho and She-Hulk with him, and then they pull up on Sakaar, and they're like, what the fuck happened to my son? So they get there, and then they're like, Mr. Hulk, your son was poisoned. So this is one of those planets where they really admire, and the most important thing you can do is be strong, okay? So they really look up to Hulk because he's one of the strongest. So they get there, and basically what happens when somebody dies, or when royalty dies on Sakaar, you're supposed to honor them with a certain amount of days of not fighting. So they're like, hey, for the next 5 days, can you not fight? And no one fight over the throne, no one fight over anything, like respect my son, essentially. Well, they don't do that. Then Hulk gets pissed off, and he makes an example of this guy. Not to interrupt, but this is your hair color. Like, you know how Chappell Roan and Sabrina Carpenter changed their hair and become famous, blah, blah, blah. This is your moment to see you at the top, okay? Ah, thanks. Thanks, Jody. I really appreciate it. Also, I saw your text. I'm going to text you back. The short, long answer is yes. And I have so many ideas for this, and I've been waiting for the day with which you were willing to do this, okay? I'm so excited about this. The answer is yes. The answer is yes. I can't wait. You just tell me when and where and what, and we will do it. Okay, back to Sakaar. Married? Yeah. Yeah, we're getting eloped. So Hulk shows up and he's like, yeah, I'm gonna make an example of this because you fucks aren't listening to me or respecting the rules of this planet. So he shows up and then everybody's like, oh my God. And they call him World Breaker here. So they're like, oh my God, World Breaker, he's back. Yap. But we find out that he got poisoned. That's why his son is dead. His son has like 5 wives or something like that. That becomes important later. So I'm just going to say it now. We basically spend our time on this planet finding out that he gets poisoned. And it's a long time of finding out that he gets poisoned. Doesn't matter. Then we find out that other heirs have gotten poisoned. We find out that other heirs from other empires that I mentioned earlier, like the Kree, Skrull, Shi'ar, Wakandan Empire, they're all getting poisoned as well. And then it kind of introduces everybody who's going to be a player in this game that we have. So we get Nova, we get She-Hulk, we get Hulk, Amadeus Cho, Black Panther, and Shuri. Am I missing somebody? I feel like I'm missing somebody. Well, I'll remember them later. So yeah, everybody's pissed because all of their important leaders are dying. And then, is this not at the end of... Oh, it's not at the end of Imperial 1. What the heck? I'm surprised. Now everybody's pissed because all of their important people are dead. So they're like, holy shit, let's go to war. Because we do that in space. Yeah. Then we go to issue 2, and I find this to be the more interesting issue. Wait, maybe it's at the beginning of this issue. Hold on. Okay. At the very beginning of this issue, we see 2 people playing chess. And you look at the chessboard and you can see that these are reminiscent of the empires with which we have spoken about. So we see these 2 people playing chess. They're playing a larger game. We don't know what the larger game is. We check back in. They're still playing chess in Imperial 2. We're like, okay, someone is orchestrating what's going on. Here we go. Okay. We have the Shi'ar Empire. So Xandra, this is Charles Xavier's wife. Okay. And then this is their, Lilandra is Charles Xavier's wife who just got resurrected from the Krakoan egg that I mentioned back in X-Men. You see how it all ties in? Then we have Xandra, who is his daughter. Okay. She has been imprisoned by her own people, her own Shi'ar people. Deathbird is Lilandra, the queen, sister, I think. And she's not on the front of this cover. Oh, she's on the front of this cover. She is a badass, okay? She's like you send her after people if you want them dead type of thing. Okay, then we have the Shi'ar Super Guards. These people are the bad people, I think, who are overthrowing the Shi'ar Empire. This one's a little lot for me, to be honest. So I'm also the least interested in this. So I'm trying to make sure that I know that I'm saying everything correctly. Correct me if I'm wrong. Then we have the Intergalactic Empire of Wakanda. Our main players are going to be Black Panther, Shuri, and M'Baku. And then we have Spartax, which is just Star-Lord. Then we have Sakaar, which is Hulk and Brawn or Amadeus Cho. And then She-Hulk is also there. I don't know why maybe she's just not in this issue. Then we have the Kree Skrull Empire, and we have Ronan the Accuser. And then for Xandar, we have Nova. Okay, so it's like, all right, here's all your players of this game that you're going to see. Is this version of Professor X walking or in his wheelchair? This version of Professor X is walking. Good question. All hell breaks loose. Everybody starts blasting each other. They're like, basically, the TLDR is they end up thinking that the Wakandans did this. So everybody starts blaming Wakanda. They go into space and they start having space war. I don't really love space war, so I kind of breeze through this because they're shooting fucking bullets at each other's spaceships. I'm like, all right, cool, whatever. Everybody starts fighting. This whole issue is just each fucking race just fighting with each other, essentially. They all start beefing. There's plots to overthrow other governments, space wars, yada, yada, yada. Then we see more of this chess game that's going on. Okay, we see these two people who are playing the chess game. Now, I think it's pretty safe to say, like, at this point, you assume that one of the people who is playing chess is the Grandmaster. But as I'm reading this, I'm like, who the heck is the other person? I don't know who the other person playing chess is. We later find out that it's... Where is my Imperial issue number 3? Imperial recap because I just don't really give a shit. I don't care about the storyline as much, but I'm keeping up with it for some reason. Okay, we have Imperial number 3, more Space War. Oh my god. Wait, was Imperial number 3 first or was one of the singles first? I actually don't remember. Might have been the other way around. Oh, okay. Basically, then we find out that the people who are playing this game is, in fact, the Grandmaster, and also we have the leader of the Inhumans. Okay, so that's we find out that this is who's playing the game, and the larger players of the Imperial War, and moving the chess pieces and setting things up for them to be beefing, essentially setting up the Wakandans when really it's them. And they've made this deal, and the deal is essentially let me see if I don't know if I remember exactly. The Grandmaster wants something from the Inhumans. He wants does anyone remember? I should remember. I should remember exactly what it is. But the Inhumans, what the fuck? I actually was shocked. I was like, okay, it's so obvious that the Grandmaster is playing this game, but I don't know who is on the other side of this. Well, I don't know who is on the other side of this chessboard, and I don't have any guesses of who is on the other side of this chessboard either. And I really couldn't figure it out. Hold on, let me unlock that for him. So yeah, I was really surprised to see him. Does anyone remember? Does anyone remember what the... Oh my gosh, hi, welcome in! Yeah, I'm doing my first... normally, we don't talk about comics on Twitch, but I've just been enjoying doing it so much on TikTok that I started... This is like our first comic book club, so I'm kind of catching everybody... up with everything that I'm reading. And I've been yapping for 2.5 hours now, which is a really long time, and I'm not even close to being done with my stack of comics. And then hopefully our comic book clubs in the future will be a lot shorter, and it will just be like week by week. But there's so many things that I'm reading that I have to catch you up with each of what's going on. Because I don't know, how many of you guys are actually reading the comics and you know what's going on? And how many of you guys are just listening to me and hearing the stories this way? I think I'm definitely very curious about that. I read them. I'm just listening. I'm reading the DC stuff. Okay, we're gonna get the DC stuff. We're gonna get to the DC stuff, and I can't wait to get to the DC stuff. I can't wait to talk about the Absolute Universe. I literally can't wait. We're gonna get there. I just have to get it through Imperial first. I say that like this is my homework or something, that I'm being forced to read. Like, this is forced fucking material. It's not. It's just I keep picking it up even though I don't love it. I'm just gonna keep reading it, I guess. I don't know why. I don't know. Maybe I don't have to, but we're here. I haven't gotten to reading Break Down the House yet, but I can't wait. I think today I'm gonna read... I haven't read Absolute Evil yet. I need to read Absolute Evil. I'm gonna read Batman 2, and then I'm gonna read Bring Down the House. I also still need to read the Paul Dini Zatanna. I got a lot. My books to read are piling up right now. I can't remember what they're fucking betting on, but they're betting on something. Grandmaster wants something from the Inhumans. Inhumans want something from the Grandmaster. Yada yada. They're playing this fucking chess game. They're setting everyone up, and this whole thing, this entire Imperial War, has been put in motion by the Grandmaster and the leader of the Inhumans. Okay, then. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. I also read this so long ago, I'm really having a hard time remembering what the fuck's going on. basically, then he's like, haha, check this out, my brother's here. And we've got Black Bolt, the guy who opens his mouth and like incinerates people, and Lockjaw, which is always really exciting. How did you mount your comic books on your wall? I looked up how other people did it on TikTok, so shouts out to TikTok for that. And a lot of people use these command hooks so that you can pull things out in and out really easily. So I'm able to switch these. I literally just looked up like clear command hooks, and I did it that way. So I put 2 on the bottom of the comic and then 1 on the top, and then it makes it so you can swipe the comics out really easily. So this background will change a lot, which is really exciting. This is like my Halloween background, so it has all my spooky stuff, but as we go through the seasons or like whatever I'm reading, I'll probably put up there. So you'll see it change quite a bit, but this is just the Halloween version. Black Bolt shows up, screams at the Grandmaster, and then now the other player's out of the game, and he's like, okay, well, let's go get you an empire. So now the Inhumans are trying to take over the Galactic Empire, which is where we leave off in the larger Imperial storyline. Then everybody gets their own individual books. So if you want to read, there's like a shit ton of books. Let's see. Black Panther, I thought was boring. I honestly don't even really want to cover it. But we come across these 2 characters. Essentially, it's like a dad and his kid. And we later find out that they're somebody special, but we don't know who yet. Hulk meets up with Black Panther, and Hulk's trying to beat the fuck out of Black Panther. And Black Panther's like, dude, you've got it all wrong. The Wakandans did not do this. And then Hulk's like, no talk, only punch, and starts freaking out. And yeah, then the dad dies, and the son's like, oh no, that's not good. He's actually kind of a big deal. Yeah, so that's Black Panther. She-Hulk, I was so pleasantly surprised. Okay, I've never read any She-Hulk before, because she's not a character that interests me, and I did not watch the TV show. Well, no, I tried to watch the TV show. It was fucking horrible. Or in my opinion, I didn't like it. Okay, I didn't like it. But this single issue made me love her as a character. I picked this up just because it was a part of the Imperial storyline, and I was like, I don't think I'm gonna like this, but like, let me just read it. I was so pleasantly surprised. It's really fun. And I would say usually when I'm consuming media, I don't want fun. I don't want to laugh. I like really dark stuff. I like heavy material. I am not really one for funny or quippy things. Yeah, so like Deadpool is one of my few exceptions of that, but I don't have many of those exceptions. Like it's just not my jam. And I didn't really know that this was going to be like that. So I was so pleasantly surprised when I ended up reading this. So in this issue, like I mentioned, the wives of the leader of Sakaar, Hulk's son, we were going to get to them eventually. She-Hulk is essentially questioning them, trying to figure out how he died and all of that. But a lot of this ends up being really funny, and I wasn't expecting that. And so I actually really loved this. I really loved this issue. And to be honest, I don't remember much of what happens in here. I don't remember what happens. All I remember is being really pleasantly surprised and thinking, oh, this was pretty good. And it doesn't feel like something I need to super commit to memory, I guess. But I was just really entertained by this. So I'll be continuing to read this one for sure. Black Panther, I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to pick that one up again. But She-Hulk was really fun, and I'm curious about the rest of her story. Sid likes dark stuff but can't handle Transformers. Well, no, the thing is I've never read Transformers, so I don't know. I just don't like mechs. I don't like robots. I don't like robots. Maybe I would like it, and it is in the vein of things that I like with being dark or whatever, but the thing is I just will probably never pick it up. I probably will never pick it up. Sorry. I feel like I'm one of the few who like the show. No, I know a lot of people did. I feel like I have a low cheese threshold. And that one just, also the CGI, and I I struggled. But it's like I wanted to like it, but I struggled. Hi, Fresh Kick, thank you for 31. Welcome back. I really appreciate it. Thank you. So yeah, I struggle with the cheesier shows. And some of them I'm able to get through just based off of loving a character or something like that. But it was cheesy and I don't really care for She-Hulk. So it was hard for me. But I know that a lot of people did like it. I just couldn't get through it. Then we have Imperial War Exiles. This one is following the Shi'ar ladies, and is Professor X here in this one? Has he come back? Okay, I don't remember. Again, I really didn't commit it too much to memory. I kind of moved on from this one quickly. Basically, we have Xandra, who's being overthrown by like her own government sort of thing, and then Deathbird's like, I'm gonna protect you. Charles is here. Okay, yeah. Then he shows up and it's like, I've resurrected your mother, and I'm here to fight in space with you. And that's really all I remember. Who are these people? Oh, these people are trying to overthrow the Empire. So then we get like a bunch of big bads, and honestly, some of them look fucking sick. Okay, look at this Far Star. I love winged armored women. It looks like World of Warcraft to me. I'm obsessed with this. And then Black Cloak I also think is really cool. This is exactly who I want. This is exactly what I want my World of Warcraft character to look like. But unfortunately, I picked a fucking evoker and I'm a dragon most of the time, and it's really sad. I could be a sexy woman, but instead I'm a dragon. It's fine. Reunion. Oh, so sweet. And then we bring together this team of people who are going to try and put Xandra and Lilandra back in power. And that's Exiles. And I'll probably continue to read this one, but I feel like I'm blazing through Imperial compared to X-Men, and you guys can probably tell which one I like more. Oh, this book was fun. Okay, Imperial War Nova was actually really fun. We basically were with Star-Lord. We go to this like world mind. It's called the World Mind. We go to this copy of the World Mind, which holds all of the Nova Corps' history in it, essentially. And Nova and Star-Lord are going to try, and Shuri are going to try and figure out who started this war, because at this point, not everybody knows, and the World Mind will know. So we go to the World Mind. Nova like essentially plugs into this World Mind, but it's not like it's not the OG World Mind. It's like a copy of it, essentially. So it's kind of a little fractured. It's not 100% what they're looking for. But yeah, I normally don't read Nova stuff either. I actually think this is like I have one other Nova book, I think. This is like maybe my second Nova book that I've ever read, but I was really pleasantly surprised. I do like World Mind type things. Like I like in Absolute Superman, I love, God, what's this fucking cape's name? Why am I blanking on that? I like that his suit essentially is like the last living memory of Krypton other than Kal-El, but I like that kind of stuff. So the World Mind was fun for me to read about. Then they basically figure out who is behind all of this. So that's pretty cool. Now they know too. Yeah, like a codex. Oh, Soul. Thank you. Yes, Soul. I like codex tropes. I think that's really fun. Okay, that's Imperial. Sorry, I blazed through that one. I just don't like Imperial as much. So everything will be fast, and then we'll get to the absolutes, and we'll probably slow back down. Fresh Kicks, thank you so much for 31 months. Look back at the tier 1. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I gotta go, Ilya. See you on TikTok. Thanks for stopping by. That was really sweet of you. I really appreciate it. She's one of my new TikTok friends. I feel like I've really, really enjoyed posting on TikTok for the first time because I've been posting comic book content on TikTok, and the comic book community is like really nice. I was super surprised by because it feels like one of those genres of things that I expect to be a little bit gatekeepy. And I don't know everything, and I don't claim to know everything, and I am going to get things wrong and stuff like that. And I was really scared, I think, to make comic book content for a really long time, because I was like, oh, well, if I don't know everything, then people are going to think I'm a fraud, or like I don't actually read, especially like being a woman in the space. I think people will definitely look at you a little bit differently. So it was just, I feel like everyone has been really kind, and that's been cool. And now I have like my little comic book friends on TikTok, and I always watch their videos and we comment on each other's stuff, and it's cute and I love it. Okay, that's Imperial. We'll keep on with Marvel before we jump over to Absolute. This is all Marvel. Okay. And my last Marvel thing that I'm going to be talking about, and I'm really not even going to talk about this, is Emma Frost, the White Queen. This has been like one of the most disappointing things that I've read recently, but I kept reading it because I like Emma Frost. But what the fuck is even, what was the purpose of this? I don't want to be mean, because like this is somebody's art and this is someone's like story that they wrote. But what was the point? What was the point? I don't know. Literally nothing happens. Nothing happens in this book. It's like Emma. I can give you one sentence. Emma Frost finds out that someone wants her, or like people within the Hellfire Club are conspiring against her. Turns out it was her sidekick. Will she be the White Queen again? The only reason I'm still reading that is because I already read the first 4 issues, and then I later found out that there's only 5 issues. So at this point, I'm gonna fucking finish the book, but I'm gonna do it reluctantly. What was the point? What was the point? Okay, we're about to get to the good shit. Let's get to the good shit. Okay, this is going to be just a random aside because I have not read this yet, but so one of the things that I love about comic TikTok as well is that everyone is really helpful with suggestions and things like that. So one thing that was suggested to me on TikTok too many times for me not to pick it up is Something is Killing the Children. So I got Something is Killing the Children, volume 1. This is by Boom Studios, so this is technically like an indie comic, and I have only heard, like, if you were to ask anyone for a comic recommendation, this will be on their list, I guarantee, because anyone I've ever asked or has ever told me or given me any fucking recommendations, it's been this book. So I picked up volume 1 and the latest single issue of this, which I am going to read eventually. I'm just trying to catch up to other stuff right now, but I've heard that this is like insane. And so many of you in chat already are also like, this is so good. So yeah, I think it's probably going to be fucking good, and I'm excited to get into it. All right, where else can we talk about? We've got Justice League Red. This one is, I'm not obsessed with it, but I don't hate it either. Basically, Red Tornado makes a separate team away from the Justice League, and he essentially goes, hey, I can't tell the main Justice League team about this. There's very specific people who can be in on this. I've calculated a bunch of futures, and they're all disastrous, except for the ones where only this team comes together to do XYZ things. So he starts sending this team of people out on missions, and they just do it because they trust him. But then they're like, hey, some of this stuff is kind of weird. Like, they go off, they go to, is it off planet? I think they go off planet, and they go to a place where, they take down this robot, and then they later find out that this robot only has defense mechanisms in it, but it doesn't it's not like an army robot or something like that. It was to propagate the land and feed the people of this place, but then Red Tornadoes sent them to kill this machine, essentially. So then they came back and they're like, yo, Red Tornado, what the fuck? What aren't you telling us? And then we find out that we need to save Red Canary, and all of this is leading up to saving her, because her dying propels us into these catastrophic futures. And then at the very end of the book, we find out that Kara Zor-El, that's her last name, right? The L's, I get a little confused. Kara's parents are alive. So Red Tornado shows her that her parents are alive, and she's like, what the fuck? And that's kind of how this one ends. That was enough of an interesting cliffhanger to keep me interested. So yeah, I will keep reading this. It's a fun one. We'll just put that aside. Famous last words. Thank you for the tier 1. I appreciate it. Welcome in. I hope you enjoy emotes and your sub badge. Okay, what else have we got? This we will talk about. This we will also talk about. Okay, these are all unread, so I'm gonna put unreads over there. This will go. I mean, these are technically unreads. Well, okay. Well, let me just show you what I got for New Comic Book Day yesterday. Okay, Something is Killing the Children. Batman by Matt Fraction, #2. Really excited to read that. Spirits of Violence, #1. This is a Peach Momoko cover. We were talking about her earlier. So I got this one. No way you got the Robin variant? Yeah. So excited. Of course, I picked up Absolute Evil issue #1, and then I got this variant cover. This variant cover has all of the evil from the Absolute universe, which was really exciting. This is the cover that I really wanted, so I was glad that they had it in store. Then I picked up the Justice League Omega Act Special #1. Now, I'm struggling a little bit. Maybe you guys can help me fill in some holes here. I am struggling a little bit with the Justice League Unlimited, the Justice League current continuity, because I jumped in at Justice League Unlimited and I started reading that, but I have no prior knowledge of what's going on. My understanding is that Darkseid is dead. That's kind of the big thing. The big thing you need to know is Darkseid is dead. And because of that, Omega energy, which is the energy from Darkseid and Apocalypse, is leaking all over the place. And that's how the Absolute Universe was created. So the Absolute Universe is an other world. It's an alternate universe where things are changed. And we're going to get into Absolute because I am reading those right now. We're going to get into Absolute, but basically that created the Absolute Universe. Put a pin in that. We'll be back. Heroes are displaced throughout time in the main Justice League book. Powers are swapped. Some people have other people's powers. Some powers have been put to random civilians. Everything's just all fucky right now. Everything's out of whack right now. We're working to put it back. Then we have this group. Who we thought were, what were they called? Legion or something like that? I don't fucking know. We've got this group and they were like, yo, we're fire wizards. And then it was like, haha, just kidding. It's not. It's like fucking Gorilla Grodd and the rest of the same dumbasses that are always fighting the Justice League. Darkseid intentionally died to allow him to create the Absolute Universe, to assemble a universal army to invade the DC universe. Oh, that's cool. Okay, I didn't know exactly how or what was going down. I just knew Darkseid created the Absolute Universe in his death, and he changed things, essentially. That's all I knew, so that's pretty cool. This came off the whole Amanda Waller taking over the world story arc. Yes, which I also didn't read, and I also don't know about. Part of me wants to go back, and part of me is just like, I don't need to know. I'm enjoying this right now, and I don't have to worry about that. As long as I know kind of the basis of it, I don't necessarily need to go read those things. And that's kind of what I'm working with right now. And then there's maybe, I'm just going to keep moving forward. Exactly. I think I'm just going to keep moving forward. The last event, Absolute Power, she stole everyone's powers. Yes, which is, and there's a box or something currently keeping all of the powers in the Justice League Watchtower. That's right, because that's what Cheetah and Cheshire Robbed the Justice League is about. They're trying to steal that box. I'm pretty sure. But you can watch a story cap. Yes, so I did. I watched a story recap of that kind of stuff. But it's like when I don't read it, I don't retain it the same way. So, yeah. Anyways, the Justice League Omega Act special, I'm actually not entirely sure what's going on here, but basically Omega energy is leaking all over the fucking place in Justice League Unlimited, and weird fucky stuff is happening, and like tears in the universe and yada yada yada, and I think that leads into this, but I don't really know what's going on here, but I'm excited to read it. And I got this really pretty variant cover, even though I have to admit I don't know who the fuck this is. Am I supposed to know who the fuck this is? I don't know who this is. Who is this? Who is this? I don't know who this is. I literally don't know. You will know. Am I supposed to know right now? Saturn Girl. Am I supposed to know that right now? Or will I know that when I open this book? Is this a new character? I literally, yes and no. Okay, well, I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave it until I open the book then. No, I have not read any Danny Phantom comics. Then, I'm so excited to talk about this one. Okay, yesterday I picked this up. I'm so fucking pumped. I got Cheetah and Cheshire Rob the Justice League #3, and I got the Clarion the Witch Boy variant cover. You know, it's so funny. I forgot. I did like my top 10 favorite heroes on TikTok, and I forgot to mention fucking Clarion the Witch Boy. I love this little motherfucker. I told you, I love crazy characters. I love crazy characters who do magic, and I love crazy characters with like big egos, and he's all of it wrapped into one. And then he has this fucking maniacal, sick cat, and he's just perfect, and I love him. So when he got introduced in the second book of Cheetah and Cheshire Rob the Justice League, I was like, oh yeah, I'm hooked. I really liked the first issue, so I was going to continue reading it anyways. But after I saw him in the second one, I was like, okay, yeah, I will be continuing to read this. So I picked this up. Then I picked up Zatanna Panic #1. This is an anthology, like one shot. I think it's like 80 pages, different stories. And I got this cover. And yeah, I mean, it's Zatanna and it's Halloween, so I will be reading it. And then I picked up X-Men The Undertow, which is a continuity book. So like I said earlier, we are entering the Age of Revelation, and all of the other X-Men books have taken a pause until January. But X-Men The Undertow is a book that is coming out in the main continuity. I picked it up because it has magic, and if I don't like it, I will be putting it down. Then yesterday's free comic, which I didn't know was free. I went to go purchase this at the register, and he goes, oh, that's free. Guess that's a thing. Is the X-Men 97, so the animation X-Men 97, Trick or Read. So it's like an X-Men 97 free comic book, so I'll be reading that too. Sounds fun. Sloppy General, thank you for the tier 1. I appreciate it. Welcome in. Okay, I don't need to talk really about too many of these because I haven't read all of them yet. I'm not going to talk about Mega Act. We will eventually talk about Absolute Evil, Matt Fraction, Batman #2. Can't talk about, haven't read it. Spirit of Violence. I also haven't read those. Let's talk about, Mr. Terrific. I read issues 1 through 4 of Mr. Terrific. And then I got this one. I think this came out last week, Mr. Terrific #5. I am enjoying this so much. Mr. Terrific really got put on the map for me from the Superman movie, which, I mean, like, he was just so fucking cool in that movie. I always knew of Mr. Terrific, but it wasn't someone I was interested in per se, but the movie made him like so fucking cool to me. So I picked up this comic and I'm really, really enjoying it. And yeah, I mean, I don't have too much to talk about with this one. Essentially, there is this... well, let's talk about it a little bit because I will be talking about it in future comic book clubs. So let's talk about it. It's going to be a little bit hard for me because I don't have the physical copies of 1 through 4. So to remember exactly what's going on, it's going to be a bit of a struggle. But basically, it's telling his backstory. And he and his wife were scientists. They created this Nexus engine essentially. And then he sold his company after his wife died. He sold his company to this evil fucking woman. What's her name? What's this evil woman's name? Chat, any helpers? What's her name? Blonde lady who has is it Prescott? Who did he sell to? He sold to... What is your fucking name? What is your fucking name? I don't remember your name. I don't remember your name. Okay. He sold to evil lady who owns Evil Corporation. Evil Corporation wants to put... Oh, yeah, it is Miss Prescott. Okay. He sold his company and his work, which was the Nexus engine, which is just like a huge, like bigger than nuclear energy type of thing. He sold it to Miss Prescott. Miss Prescott is now using this... she wants to build her Nexus engine in a community. It's ruining their water supply. It's ruining their crops. It's ruining everything. People are breathing in fumes and getting sick. Like, she's just like straight up a shitter, okay? And she's building this Nexus engine, and Mr. Terrific feels fucking bad. He's like, yo, this is my science that this lady is now using, and she's poisoning communities, and it's not a good idea to have this Nexus engine on Earth or anywhere near people. So he starts to try and stop her. We get a lot of flashbacks. I feel like I don't need to talk about the flashbacks too much. It just kind of sets up a storyline. His wife is dead. His best friend recently just died, trying to fight back. He kind of had a really low self-esteem, self-worth, all of those things. And then he took up the mantle of Mr. Terrific after an older superhero. And now he's trying to fight back, essentially, against this Nexus engine. What we find out as we're reading this is that there's a larger player who is controlling Miss Prescott, who wants her to build this Nexus engine, and we don't see who they are, but they're giving it's giving dark side, you know. It's real devil energy. Anytime like this character talks to her, everything's red, and there's like this, it looks like Omega energy, and it's like, build this fucking engine, bitch. And she's like, okay, yes. And he's like, remember, I will kill you right now. Like, I will literally suck your soul if you don't build this engine. So there is a person above her who wants her to build this Nexus engine again, essentially. So they have an issue with the Nexus engine, and she needs someone needs to go in and like turn it on. And it's not safe, of course, to go in there with all of the radiation and everything. And then she goes, fuck that. I need this. Like, you see how desperate she is not to fall into the hands of this larger player, and not to defy him, to the point where she goes into the engine, suffers all of the radiation to turn it on. So then she later ends up in the hospital, and they're like, hey, let's delay this. Like, Miss Prescott, we do not have to go live with this today. And she yanks all her shit off of her in the hospital bed, and then is like, no, we need to go live with this today. So whatever being is above her and making her do this is very terrifying and will kill her. So that's kind of what's going on in this book right now. Mr. Terrific is trying to stop them. And yeah, I think this was book number 5. I just saw someone say that the next book is the last one in this mini series. So it sounds like we'll wrap it up in issue number 6, which should be interesting. And we'll talk about that after that comes out. Okay, this is red. Okay, so these all can go away. I need a better system for storing my comic books and how I store them. Okay, I'm saving Absolute for last, guys, because I think that this is going to be the most exciting thing that we talk about, other than the X-Men one, which I was excited about. All right, let's talk New Gods. New Gods, I got the trade paperback, which is the first volume, issues 1 through 6, and then I got single issues of 7 through 10. Just curious, how often do you plan on doing comic book club? I was gonna do it every week. This one is especially long because I'm doing a ton of backstory. I'm calling this comic book club 0 because this is the one that is going to be, sets up all of the stories that I'm reading so that you guys can follow along with me. I also went over my old collection. So this one has taken a while, but I think in the future, it probably won't be as long because it'll just be what I picked up and read for the week prior. So I'll show you what I picked up, and then I'll also show you what I read, and we can talk about those things. So this is a lot. Yeah, this is the lore dump world building session. This is, yeah, this is the first session of D&D, like all of that, but it should be a little bit shorter in the future. Will it be every Thursday? I would love to do it every Thursday. So new comics come out on Wednesdays. I usually am reading on Wednesday. And then my hope is Thursday mornings, we'll do this together. Thursday morning, early afternoon, this will be like our comic book club time. Do you like the Riddler? Yeah. I'm not like, oh yeah, look, like the Riddler's my favorite, but I like the Riddler. Ash Baby, thank you for 29. I appreciate it. How rare is the original edition in which Thor was introduced? My dad has a copy, which he keeps in a special container. I have no idea. When I'm curious about that, though, there are definitely websites that will show you. You can also see what people, like you can look it up on eBay and see what other people are selling it for. Or, yeah, for. The New Gods. Okay, The New Gods was kind of a lot for me because I'm not familiar with most of these characters. I know Big Barda, and I know Mr. Miracle, but I don't know them super well. And I didn't really know any of the gods. So this one was a lot for me to catch. Explaining the new gods. Okay, so you get me. This is going to be worse than Imperial. If you thought I didn't know what the fuck was going on in Imperial, this is worse than that. I know less. Okay. So, the new gods. Don't mind me. Darkseid dies. Everybody goes, oh my god, Darkseid is fucking dead. The old gods are dying. It's their time. They're up. Darkseid's dead. Oh my god, we're all gonna die. We see essentially this like pantheon called New Genesis. This is where all of the old gods live. We've got the main guy, and he carries a staff, and he's old. He's an old man with a staff. And then we've got like the Hermes like character, and we've some other fucking people. There's a lot of people, and they all have names, and I don't remember any of them. But there's a bunch of fucking gods. Okay, there's a bunch of gods. At one point in time, they conquered the world, but now they're kind of like benevolent, peaceful. He like doesn't, the High Father, yes. The High Father, he doesn't use his staff or like his powers or anything like that much anymore. He kind of be chilling. Fucking Darkseid dies. Big Barda and Mr. Miracle have a baby. Orion, the war guy, he comes down to Earth to Mr. Miracle, and he says, hey, Mr. Miracle, there's a kid that's been born, and the High Father has sent me to fucking kill this kid. It's a new god, and High Father wants it dead, like right now. I need you. I don't want to kill this baby, all right? Orion's like, I don't want to fucking kill this baby, so I need you to protect this baby because I know you're the only one who can stop me. So can you protect this baby for me? Mr. Miracle's like, yo, man, what the hell? Like, why? And he's like, all right, bitch, you got 7 days or I'm killing that baby, so you better protect him. So then Mr. Miracle is like, okay, well, I'm going to skip town on my wife and my child to go save this kid because I don't need to wrap Miss Big Barda and my newborn child up in this mess while I go save this other kid. So, new viewer here. What is Comic Book Club? Welcome in. Nice to meet you. My name's Sid. Today we are having Comic Book Club 0, where I introduce my comic book collection, and we're currently talking over storylines that I'm reading. And I'm giving you all a synopsis for those of you who are not reading, and also a synopsis for those of you who are reading. And we're talking about them, but mostly I'm introducing what I'm going to be reading, and then we're going to have more of like a back and forth about these things in the upcoming weeks. But right now I'm just kind of this is the lore drop episode. This is a lore drop episode where I'm telling you about what we're reading and giving you sort of the synopsis of what's going on. God Baby, new God Baby is, did you read Bone growing up? Calvin and Hobbes type of comic books? No, but that's really funny. Yvonne was just here and she was telling me about how she read Garfield and Archie comics. I didn't read those. I grew up reading Marvel and DC. But I never touched the more like cartoon comics. I've like seen, like I know of them. I know of Calvin and Hobbes. I know of Peanuts and things like that. But I was always like a Marvel DC girly. Super God Baby, basically gets left. This is what the Super God Baby looks like. Yeah, okay. Gets left on the steps of some monument. This couple picks the baby up and they protect it. Elsewhere, this creepy guy, Korok the Death Speaker, is raising an army of, I forget what they're called. What are they called, chat? They're like, it's like night something or something like that. What are they called? No, not parademons. Oh, fuck. Well, we'll find it eventually. Basically, these are going to be our bad guys for the book. This Korok guy and his army of fucking OP dead people are going to be our bad guys in the story. They would like to overthrow the gods. I'm trying to just what's important here? What's important here? Okay, here's Big Barda being a badass mom. Basically, Mr. Miracle tries to skip town to save this baby without telling Big Barda, and because he doesn't want to put her or their child in danger. But Big Barda's badass. So she says, the fucking nerve of you, scot-free, in this panel, which I love. I don't know, she's such a I love Big Barda. So then she basically is like, I can't believe you tried to fucking skip town on me. I'm coming with you. Like, fuck you. So they go to find this baby, and this baby is in India with his parents. Okay, super baby. Then this Jonah Hex looking motherfucker gets introduced. He's like some other god. Blah, 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 blah. Meanwhile, on Apocalypse, these fucking creatures are creaturing. Okay, blah, 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 blah. I love me some Jonah. It's not Jonah Hex, but he sure looks like Jonah Hex. And then we get these like random excerpts of stories of gods, but the storytelling in it is really cryptic, and I don't quite understand what's going on, and it's a lot of just like allegories. So yeah, anywho. Then this old man shows up. I don't really remember his deal, but he starts tagging along. More old god stuff, blah blah blah. Yeah, okay, so this is our big bad. And he's like, New Genesis, we're gonna take it. We're gonna go kill the gods. Bing bong, bing bong. And then we learn about the All-Father here. Yep. And the mother boxes and blah, blah, blah. And we see one of these bad bitches fight. She's a real bad bitch. Blah, blah, blah. Basically, we're trying to save this baby. The creepy undead people are trying to kill the gods, and they're trying to protect the baby, and blah. Okay. I'm gonna skip ahead. Eventually, Orion comes for the kid, and they fight him off. But then, the Jonah Hex looking motherfucker. Why is the baby so important? He's a new god. Basically, the old gods are dying. The High Father, which is the main old god, sends his son Orion to kill this baby because this baby is a new god. And he's like, this baby threatens our existence. I need you to go kill this baby. Jonah Hex, cowboy looking motherfucker, shoots bullets, and then these bullets like transport you, I guess. I don't know. He like sucks the baby up into a bullet and then takes the baby to the bad guys. Essentially. So now, new god baby is with the bad guys. Very bad news. They get the help of the Justice League because the new gods have now landed on Earth. They're now on Earth seeking refuge from the fucking demon guy. What are they called? No one in chat knows? None of you guys are reading this? What are these guys called? It's gonna drive me crazy. You no say? Me freaking neither. Bold of you. Niktari. Yes. Yes. The Niktari, right? The Niktari are the big bads of this series. Okay, yes, thank you so much. The Niktari are coming to kill the old gods. And then basically the old god's like, fuck you, bitch, like you can't do anything. And then the Niktari like he kills him with his super giga powerful staff, and then he ends up living. And then he was like, oh shit, okay, so this actually might be not good. So then we enlist the help of the Justice League because the New Genesis, where the old gods lived, has fallen, essentially. And they're like, yo, Justice League, we need help because now we have all of these gods on Earth. We don't know if they're good. We don't know if they're bad. And they end up making like a new city for them, like a new safe haven for them. And yeah, then we're like, okay, we have to kill the Niktari who are coming to kill the old gods. That's the whole shebang of this one. This actually sounds really fun to read. It is. It's just, at least for me, a little convoluted. There is a lot going on, and it's like kind of, it's all like cosmic power higher stuff. So it is a little overwhelming sometimes. And I think I get it all, but then sometimes I think I don't get it all. And yeah, it gets a little, it was a little confusing, but it was an enjoyable read. That's the New Gods. Oh my God, are we finally to the Absolute series? Oh, we're so close. We're so close, guys. So close, so close, so close, so close, so close. Before we get there, I have 2 books to talk about. We have Batman by Matt Fraction. I like Batman. I do. I like Batman. He's not one of my favorites. I don't pick up his books very often, but this one was so highly sought after. I was like, you know what? Let me just pick it up. Let me just pick it up and see. Maybe I'll like it. Maybe I won't. Either way, it's fine. Let's just give it a try. This shit was peak, y'all. This shit was peak. It made me, was like, oh, okay, yeah, I want to read Batman. I was super, super pleasantly surprised by this. You know what's funny though? Okay. I do remember now. I was gonna say, I don't even remember what the fuck happens in this book. I just remember it being really good. Like I remember reading this and being like, oh my God, this is so good. But now that I'm back here, I'm like, what the fuck even happened? Now it's hard. So normally when I have a character, I don't like to read too many of their stories at the same time because I will start mixing them up. So like I read this and then I read Immortal Legend Batman issue 1. I decided I don't like Immortal Legend, but I was like, oh, I can't read these at the same time because things get all jumbled in here. That's a little bit what I think I'm dealing with right now with this and Absolute Superman, or Absolute Batman, because I'm a little confused as to what is going on. But if I remember correctly, Killer Croc breaks into, or he breaks into a museum and Batman goes to see him and is like, he sits down and talks with him instead of fighting, and he's trying to get him back to the scientist that is working with him, and he's actually like really sweet and kind, and he just was like looking at the butterflies, and it was really cute. It was really sad. And they have a conversation because he did a bad thing. He went and destroyed a zoo or something like that. And yeah, he was angry. He went all champa, and then Batman went and sat and talked with him, and it was really sweet. Because they were friends, and then he gives him back to the scientists who are working with him. And then we get introduced to Robin, and that's kind of it. that was kind of it. And so we're about to get Robin. Now that I'm talking to you guys about this, I'm realizing I need to reread this because I actually don't fucking remember what happened in this book. So I'm gonna reread this. We'll see. We will see. Hi, Fire. What's up? I need to reread this one, but I picked up issue number 2. So I'll reread this before I read issue number 2 today. Where did I put that? Where did I put? Oh, here we are. So we've got, oh, wait a minute. Wait, oh, man. Hold on. Do you have Absolute Batman comics? Yes, I do. We're about to get to those ones. Do I need to recap all of the Absolutes? That's gonna be a lot. It's gonna be a lot. Batman 1 and 2. This one's a Batman version. This is the Robin version. I got them because I think they look really fucking cool together. So that's Batman. I want to put this in my need to read pile because I clearly need to reread Batman issue number 1. Then there was Deadpool Batman, Marvel DC crossover. It is a collection of stories, of crossover stories between Marvel and DC. We start out with Deadpool Batman. I loved this. I thought it was really fun. I loved seeing the stark contrast between Deadpool and Batman. It reminds me of Wolverine and Deadpool, where one of them is like the hardened, stoic version, and then fucking Deadpool, who's just very Deadpool. So we start the story. And Deadpool enters the universe and meets Bruce Wayne, makes fun of him, of course, makes fun of Alfred, of course, and then is like, I gotta go kill the Batman. My job, I'm here. The only reason I'm in your universe is because I gotta go kill the Batman. So he sees the bat signal. He meets up with Gordon. They tit for tat. It's fun. Of course, Batman shows up. They fight. We find, basically, they like have this scuffle. And then he's like, dude, you're not worth my time. I need to go stop the Joker. The Joker is about to release Joker gas on the entire fucking city of Gotham. So you like put a pin in it, kid, essentially. And then he's like, oh, wait a minute. I can help you. Like, why don't I help you with that? So then Deadpool agrees to help Batman get the Joker. So they get in the car. They're like, let's go get the Joker. And then, bam, Deadpool, he betrays Batman. So he betrays Batman. We wake up and we're in like the Joker's lair. We've been captured. And then we see the Joker and Deadpool. They're working together. He was actually, Deadpool was actually commissioned by the Joker to get to kill Batman. So we have this whole tit for tat. It's really funny. Essentially, I thought it was hilarious. I love this panel in particular. I just think it's stupid. It's just fucking stupid. Essentially, what happens is Batman toys with the Joker. Because you know Batman and Joker's relationship, it's like they're obsessed with each other. They're equally obsessed with each other. They don't want either of them like to actually die because their whole life is a game of cat and mouse. They can't live. One is not without the other, kind of that situation. So Batman is essentially like, hey, I actually think Deadpool might be a better adversary than you are, Joker. He's crazier. He's like way fucking crazier, and he's more annoying. He's like, he's the bigger clown than you are, Joker. And then that pisses the Joker off. And then the Joker and Deadpool start fighting. And then Joker is basically like, I'm gonna blow the whole town. And Deadpool then gets the Joker gas. Deadpool gets the Joker gas and he starts going fucking crazy. I don't know if this is clear. Yeah, boom. He starts going fucking crazy. And then the Joker's like, yeah, the only way that you can stop this is to turn off the switch on the carousel with all the bombs that has the Joker gas. But if you do that, you'll blow up, essentially. And then Deadpool's like, yeah, well, I'm crazy enough to do that. So then he goes and he blows himself up and stops the Joker. Then Batman basically goes, yeah, I knew you were going to betray me the whole time, and I knew that you were working for the Joker, but basically the fastest way for me to get to the Joker was through you, so I decided to let you do that. So that's that story. Then we get to one of the worst comic book stories I've ever read in my life ever, and I can't believe that they published this, and I'm so fucking pissed off about it. Hello, Alex. Thank you for 79 months. Look back at the tier 1. We are getting old. We are old. We're so old, aren't we? This shit was fucking stupid. It's called The Gun and the Sword, and it's Captain America. It's Captain America Wonder Woman. This is cool. Thank you for doing this. I'm so glad you're enjoying it. That makes me really happy. Like, obviously, I really enjoy doing this, so it makes me happy that you guys are enjoying it as well. I'm gonna ask for all of your feedback, things you want to do more of, and yada yada at the end of this. We're in Nazi Germany. We're in Nazi Germany, and Captain America is about to shoot Hitler. I feel like I can't even show this on stream. We're in Nazi Germany, and Captain America is about to shoot Hitler. And Wonder Woman's like, no, don't shoot him. Let let the people put, you know, Hitler to trial. If you just shoot him, it's not really justice. Wonder Woman? Wonder Woman tells Captain... First of all, there's so many things wrong. Captain America, like, okay, switch the roles and maybe I would get behind it. If Wonder Woman was trying to fucking kill Hitler and Captain America said, no, don't do that, that's not justice, maybe I would be less pissed off about it. Do we know Diana? Do we know she'll fucking kill? She will kill. She will. Like, she is a fucking warrior. She will fucking kill people. Like, I was so irritated by this. I was like, this is ridiculous. Yeah, anyways, so this story, I don't even remember it. I just know that I was fucking irritated because Captain America tried to kill Hitler and then Wonder Woman was like, no. And then they were like, haha, yeah, we've always fought for justice. And then it was stupid. Moving on. We get the cutest little story ever. It's basically Jeff the land shark and Crypto the super dog, and they're playing volleyball, and they're passing the ball back and forth, and then they're just playing together. It's literally just them playing. There's no dialogue, nothing like that. They're just playing the game. He goes Bork and he goes Myrrh, and they're playing super pet. They're playing super pet volleyball, and then we get Jeff come home, dinner's ready from Hawkeye, and then we get Supergirl yelling, Crypto, come home, boy, dinner, and then they say goodbye to each other, and then they go home after playing, and it is so cute. How they put such peak next to garbage, I don't know. I know. That's exactly how I felt. I was like, I was so irritated reading the Captain America Wonder Woman one, and then I was like, oh, okay, well, this was peak. Thanks. That was my palate cleanser. I'm just so tired. What the heck? I can't believe he's been asleep basically all stream. Next we get Green Arrow and Deadpool. It was okay. It's basically them fighting the Hand, and yeah, they just fight, and then it was kind of like real recognizes real. Like they both kind of looked at each other and were like, yeah, and then they fought the Hand. It was whatever. Oh, this one was fun. Grelnock, thank you for the prime. Welcome in. I hope you enjoy your emotes and your sub badge. Thanks for priming to me this month. This one was fun. This one was Guardians of the Galaxy and the Green Lanterns. So basically, Rocket, they switch, they do like, they switch people, essentially. Like they do like a member swap. And the green, they do an exchange program, and Rocket gets a Green Lantern ring. I love this panel. It cracks me up. Brightest day, blackest night, yada yada, green flame on. How's that? So he takes the Green Lantern oath, and he gets a Green Lantern ring, and then he does exactly what you think Rocket Raccoon would do with a Green Lantern ring. He goes gambling and he heists a casino and all sorts of other stuff. And then you can see the Green Lantern that they switched with is like, holy shit, come pick me up. This was an awful idea. Like please pick me up. So yeah, Rocket wreaks havoc. And then that's kind of it. Boom. This last one, I'd never seen this artist before, and really interesting art style. Not for me. but was interesting because it's different. It's different. Yeah, Frank Miller. So this was Batman Wolverine, but I really couldn't get in. I mean, there was no story, to be honest, and I really couldn't get into it because the art was just not for me. So that's how this one ended. But yeah, this was fun. And later we are going to be getting, so this was Deadpool Batman. Later we're going to be getting Batman Deadpool, which will contain more stories as well. And I'm looking forward to that. He's like 75. Yeah, it wasn't my favorite thing ever. I'll just be honest. Wasn't my favorite thing ever. Okay, I think we can one last thing before we get into the absolute universe. You are being such a good boy. Yeah, you're being such a good boy. Thank you for being such a good boy, Bubba. One last thing before we get into the absolute universe. Cheetah and Cheshire rob the Justice League. I'll just go over it really quickly. Basically, we've got Cheetah and we've got Cheshire. And they, I mean, this one's really succinct, I feel like. They basically, they want to rob the Justice League because in the Justice League Watchtower, there is a device that holds all of the superpowers that have been scrambled and lost. Correct me if I'm wrong, but basically there is a box or some sort of mechanism which is holding all of these powers. They want to go rob it. They're saying the gist of this, basically, Cheshire's like, dude, let's go rob the fucking Justice League. And Cheetah is like, yo, we can't do that. We can't rob them. Like, what the hell? And then Cheshire goes, well, no, they're so busy with Darkseid's death and all of the Omega energy leaking all over the place and all of these issues that they're not going to be paying attention. This is the perfect time to rob the Justice League because they have so much going on. So then they're like, okay, we need to put together a team. She's like, okay, fine, I'm in. Let's put together a team. We need brain, we need brawn, we need all that type of stuff. So the first book is basically, let's rob the Justice League. Second book is, okay, let's put together a team. They go, essentially, we can't do the Legion of Doom. We can't do the Gorilla Grodd. We can't do all those people. We need other people. We need anyone but those fuckers. So they come across this girl in a casino, and she's basically scamming the fuck out of this casino. What's her power exactly again? Because wouldn't be because all those electrons can be influenced on a quantum level, would it? It's a little more complicated than that, but say for the sake of the argument. So, but if that's true, I've heard that if it's electronic, you can make it dance however you like. So she has control over electronics. So boom, pick up number 1. Electronic girl, who then spills money all over the casino for everybody to win and pick up. And then she's like, all right, we got to get the fuck out of here. Then, yeah, technomancer, if you will. Then we get Clarion the Witch Boy. One of my favorite characters ever. I'm, just so obsessed. Okay, so then we go to see Clarion. Cheetah goes by and is like, yo, Clarion, you want to come rob the Justice League? You and Teakle, his cat's name is Teakle. He's like, okay, let's go rob the Justice League. And then he's kind of like, I don't really want to do this. What do we get out of it? Him and the cat are both like, what do we get from this? What do we get from this? She goes, do you know what's up there? Not just grimoires. Obviously, he does magic, so he'd be interested in that. Artifacts, sources of arcane understanding, all of those things. And then blah, blah, blah. Then at the very end, she says, you're going to like what I'm going to tell you next. This is why you want to rob the Justice League. It's a secret. It needs to stay our secret. It's about a god. He says, tell me. She whispers in his ear, and then she walks away. He obviously gets really pumped about whatever she just said. And the cat's like, yo, what the fuck did she say? Because he didn't hear it. We didn't hear it either, so we don't know. That's pickup number 2. Pickup number 3, Cheshire's daughter says, hey, there's this new person that I've seen online. You might want to be interested in her. They were like, we still need brawn. We need someone who's really strong. She shows her this girl. She's like, this girl can't be strong. And then the daughter's like, watch this video where she punches the fuck out of this truck and sends it flying. So they're like, okay, yeah, she's perfect. Let's pick her up. So now we have our team. We've got Cheetah, Cheshire, Clarion, the Witch Boy, the Technomancer, and then the Strength, whoever the strong person is. Then I'm really excited because I have the newest issue, which I'll be reading soon, which is Cheetah and Cheshire Rob the Justice League #3. And I got this variant cover, which I was really scared I wasn't going to be able to get. And I'm just so thankful that they made a Clarion variant cover because I don't have any Clarion books. I really want to get Grant Morrison's Seven Soldiers run of Clarion, but impossible to find. I'm probably going to have to order it online, which makes me sad because I like finding it in person. But I picked up this. Very excited. Okay. The moment you've all been waiting for. I'm so sorry, guys. Genuinely so sorry. Okay. Where to even start? I don't know. Let's start with my... Okay. I'm going to go in order from my least favorite to my favorite. Now, here are my exceptions. So, we're about to start talking about the Absolute Universe. The Absolute Universe is a other universe in the DC universe. And it's peak. Everything about it is peak. We have 6 books right now. We have Absolute Wonder Woman, Absolute Superman, Absolute Martian Manhunter, Absolute Batman. The 2 that I'm missing are Absolute Flash and Absolute Green Lantern. Well, I'm not missing. I have Absolute Green Lantern, but I don't like it. I didn't like Absolute Green Lantern, so I read the first 5 issues and then I put it down, and I won't be picking it up again. And I'm following my rule of if I don't like it, I don't have to read it. And I don't like it, so I won't be reading it. It's okay, Crashy. It's okay, Bubba. It's okay. No. It's okay. Good boy. It's okay. I don't like it, so I'm not going to read it. I'm not a huge Flash fan, so I never picked up Absolute Flash. I've heard it's good, but I'm not going to be putting Absolute Flash in my ranking because I haven't read it, so I can't say. My least favorite, by far, was Absolute Green Lantern, and I stopped reading it. Now, the next 4 are so fucking good that I can't even rank them. I'm not going to rank them like on what is best, but if you put a gun to my head and you were like, okay, this is how you have to rank them, this is what I'm going to say. But they're all within a millimeter of each other, okay? Coming in at number 4 is Absolute Batman. Oh, don't get mad. Don't get mad. Don't get mad. Of the 4, this is my least favorite, but it's still peak. Like, this is still a 10 out of 10. This is still a 10 out of 10, but it is my least favorite of the 4. Okay? Then, another 10 out of 10, but in order, this would be 4. This would be 3, Absolute Martian Manhunter. Then, it's Absolute Superman. And then it's Absolute Wonder Woman coming in at number 1. Absolute Wonder Woman is undisputed number 1 for me. Undisputed number 1. The one I think that is a big upset for a lot of people is going to be Superman. I'm really surprised because I love this book. I love Absolute Superman, and a lot of people put Absolute Superman as really low on their list. But I love Absolute Superman. I think Brainiac is a fucking freak. This is the first time I've ever found Superman hot. And I think he's so hot in this. And maybe that's why I like it. Maybe I'm really reading from just like a woman's perspective that is attracted to this man. But I've never been a Superman fan in my life. Like, Superman is just boy wonder, boring. I don't like that character archetype. It's not my jam. But I really, really, really love this version of Superman, and it's the first version of Superman that I really did like fall in love with. So I think that's maybe why it's ranked so high, because he's such a beloved character, and this is the first time I've loved him. So yeah, and like I said, this is number 4, but it's still 10 out of 10. Okay. Absolute Batman. I'm sure you guys have seen a lot about this. I think that Absolute Batman is what is really putting comics on the map, like mainstream wise right now, because of all of the art. Absolute Universe is created by Darkseid. It is an alternate universe where each of the heroes has something taken from them, essentially. Or something has changed. Things are different. For Batman, his mother is alive. His father is dead. He does not have Alfred. He does not have a mansion or Wayne Enterprises or money or anything like that. His dad was like a teacher and his mom is a politician, I think. So he doesn't come from money. He loses his dad at a very young age. They go on a field trip and there's a shooter at the zoo that they go to the field trip at. And his dad dies. His mom, is alive so far, actually. True. That's true. So far, she's alive still. Currently, she's alive. You just never fucking know. In the first volume, we get Batman the Zoo. We get this like crime syndicate, essentially. I really am gonna skip over that because I feel like the other stuff is more exciting. In the later half of the Absolute Batman, the stuff that you've been seeing on Twitter, I'm sure, where you're seeing Absolute Joker, Absolute Bane, all of those people, they're essentially like juiced up. They're juiced. I mean, shit, this fucking version of Batman is juiced up. I don't know if you can tell. This motherfucker, what is he? He's like 6'3", 412 pounds or something like that. Everyone in the Absolute Universe, or in Absolute Batman, is juiced the fuck up. So, we get fights with... Whoa. I think Crash saw a squirrel. We get fights with... this has, on the front, it has all of the bad guys. We get fights with, this is Absolute Universe's Mr. Freeze. What the fuck is that? Literally, what the fuck is that? Hell no. This is Absolute Universe's Bane. What the fuck is that? Who else is on here? Who else is from Batman on here? Crashy, do you need to go potty? Come here, Bubba. You want to go potty? Okay, squirrel. This is a warning to get out. Yeah, you gotta go. No, you can't chase the squirrel, but you should go potty. Okay, go, squirrel. Go away. There you go. Go potty. Had to give the squirrel fair warning so that he wasn't getting chased by Crash. La la lee, la 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 la. Where was I? Anyways, everybody's fucking big. They're all big and they're all bad. They're all big and bad and awful. There's oh geez, how do I even talk about this one? There's so much happening in this one. I feel like the basis of what you need to know is there's Arkham, like not Arkham, but Arkham. And it's like this facility that is pumping out fucking freaks, okay? They're pumping out freaks. And Bane is trying to change Batman into a freak. And Bruce is friends with all of these. So he's friends with Harvey Dent. He's friends with... Waylon, like all the Killer Croc, all those people, and all of the people are human before Arkham and before they inject them with things, and then they become terrifying, essentially. So we get to see Harvey turn into Two-Face. Yeah, sorry, you're gonna hear my dog bark. And all of the just fucking creepy ass experimentation and things that are happening at this Arkham facility. Batman gets captured and they try to break him, but they can't, and he breaks out. He has the help of Alfred, and Alfred is like this counter spy almost. So Alfred's a fucking badass in this. And he like kind of admires Batman and like wants to take care of him and like helps him out on his mission, but he's working for like a different thing. He's like working for a different facility or whatever. And then in this most recent one, we get introduced to Catwoman, and we're gonna get Absolute Catwoman. You're also gonna get an Absolute Catwoman cosplay this month for spooky season. Yeah, this one's basically this is Absolute Batman, but a bunch of fucking freaks, and it's a good story. It's fun, but it's the one that I'm the least interested in, even though I still do love it. Then, moving on, we have Absolute Martian Manhunter. This one is... I'm gonna do my best to explain. Okay. Absolute Martian Manhunter is a trip in 32 pages. That's the best way to explain it. This is some of the most beautiful art I've ever seen in comics. It's fundamentally different, and I'm pretty sure this is the same artist as Zatanna Bring Down the House, right? Is that correct or no? It's really unique. It's very, very unique. Essentially, what happens is our main character, John, he is in an accident and forms with the Martian, they like form together. He starts gaining Martian sight and developing new senses and sort of kind of like losing his mind almost. And the way that it's depicted is just so insanely beautiful, like so beautiful. So we see him sort of lose his mind, become one with the Martian, get introduced. At the beginning, he's really fighting it, but he's a detective, and so he's seeing things about cases that he shouldn't know. He's like, I can just smell that this is this way. I can see these threads, the smoke that's telling me things. I'm hearing people's thoughts. I'm like seeing things about these cases that I wouldn't know with who I am. So the Martian starts like essentially helping him in these cases, and he's solving crimes, and he's really drifting away from his wife and child, which is really sad to watch. But this, yeah, it definitely puts a hole in his relationship with his wife. They're very distant, and that is a storyline that we get to see as well. Okay, after Martian Manhunter, I need to feed my doggy. Hi, are you having fun barking over there? Yeah, you're getting them. You're really getting them. Let's see. Let's skip to the end of Martian Manhunter. So that's kind of what's going on in Martian Manhunter. Eventually, he kind of like lets the Martian in and is like, okay, like what the hell's going on? Who are you? Like, why am I seeing this? Who are we together? All of those things. And he doesn't quite understand. The Martian does his best to explain, but is very otherworldly. In the latest issue, we find out that there's this entity that is taking over Earth, and it's influencing people and how they behave and making them like worse versions of themselves, commit crimes, do horrible things. Like people are just like killing each other left and right. It's like really bad. We later find out that it's the White Martian. So we have the Green Martian, the Martian Manhunter that we all know and love, and the White Martian is on Earth to fucking tearing it apart. They get in this crazy cosmic other plane Martian battle, and that spans over quite a bit, and it's like one of those things that you just don't really understand. Like the way that it's drawn is drawn in a way that feels multi-dimensional. It's just so insane. Like if you guys are looking to pick something up, pick up any of these Absolute titles. For everyone who's like, I don't know how to get into comic books, this is how. This like specifically get into reading Absolute, because they're not main continuity. So you don't have to know any backstory. You don't have to know anything. You can pick up issue number 1 and start right there. That's exactly where you can start, and you don't need to know anything else. It's fun if you know everything else, right? Because then you know, oh, Batman's parents are normally dead. Normally he's rich. But if you don't know any of those things, you also can read this, and it's totally fine. If you are going to read comics, this is where you start. If you want to read X-Men, start with Age of Revelation. That's starting now. I can't guarantee it's going to be good, but it will be fun, and we'll see. I can guarantee that Absolute is good, though. If you want to read some fucking peak, read this shit. Like, alone, like, just the art alone, I hope is enough to convince you. If you're looking for some DC to read anything in the Absolute universe. Absolute Green Lantern's a bit of a slow burn, so I won't necessarily recommend that, and I can't say anything about Flash because I haven't read it. But the other ones, read. Okay, crazy Martian battle. We're just essentially having a fucking crazy Martian battle. one of the coolest things that I think that Martian Manhunter is doing is, how many of you guys read Captain Underpants growing up? You guys remember putting your thumb at the bottom of the page and flipping back and forth to get that like special image that you would see only from flipping it back and forth, kind of like a flip book when you draw on Post-it notes. The artist in Martian Manhunter does something kind of similar, where it says, "Message to my fellow Martians. To activate your Martian vision, please take page 19 of the comic book in your hands and hold it up to the light. Use a lamp, a reading light, or the sun itself. It's up to you. See diagram for details." So they give you this, and they tell you to use your Martian sight. Then you can take the next page, which looks like this, and use your Martian sight, and you can hold it up to a light, which I don't know if you guys will be able to see, but you can see through the page, and it kind of it's like invisible ink, and it tells you a different story. So you guys probably can't exactly see this, but I can. It says, "I want you to know who I really am." You can see now that this person is, which is his son, by the way, has the white Martian in him. And so that's how they reveal things at the end of the comics. Not on every single one of them, but in a couple issues they've done this, and it's really fun. And they use it with John to show him as the Martian Manhunter, and how they're like intertwined as people, and it's fucking cool. It's so fucking cool. So this one has been a lot of fun to read. I highly, highly, highly recommend. It's some of the coolest art I've ever seen, and it's a great storyline. It's really well written. So yeah, I would pick this up. Even if you're not a comic fan, if you just like beautiful art and things like that, pick it up. It's good. Okay, continuing to go in order. My second favorite of the Absolute Universe, which may come as a surprise, is Absolute Superman. I think not a lot of people love this one or rank this one in the way that I do, but I rank this one really high. I love Absolute Superman. So for I actually don't know what the so like I said, in Absolute Batman is Batman's not rich, his mom's alive and his dad's dead, and all of his friends were human, and then they got turned into the things that they weren't, and yada yada yada. So that's the difference in this Absolute Universe. What's the difference in our Absolute Martian Manhunter? Because I'm actually not familiar. Like, I know Martian Manhunter and I really like him, but I don't know from my understanding, I didn't even know that Martian Manhunter had like possessed a human. Is that the difference? Because for me, he's just from he's an alien and not in a human body. He's a human in that. Okay, so that is the difference, right? I was like, that, because that's how, am I wrong? Okay, so the difference in the Absolute universe in Martian Manhunter is that he possesses a human, but normally in continuity, Martian Manhunter, he's just a fucking alien. Absolute Superman. The difference with this one is that his parents are not, so in continuity, DC universe, what universe is that called? This is the Absolute, that's Omega universe or something? I don't know. His parents are not high-ranking officials in Absolute. So in continuity, his parents are high-ranking officials. They're well-respected. Prime, thank you. In the Prime universe, they're well-respected. They have high positions of power, things like that. In the Absolute universe, his parents are really brilliant, but on Krypton, there's the thing called the Science League, and those are kind of like the officials of Krypton, and basically the planet is dying, and his parents are trying to say, hey, the planet is fucking dying, but they're just like, they work in the fields, essentially. Like, they're both disgraced, and so his dad, like, works in the mines, and his mom, they're both brilliant, like, scientists, and his mom, I forget what his mom does. Does his mom still have a job? But basically, they work, like, in the fields. They're, like, blue-collar workers. And Krypton is falling apart, and his parents know. And so they try and like warn the Science League, and the Science League's like, no, fuck you, it's not. Meanwhile, the Science League knew the whole time, and they had been prepping for the world to fall apart. And they created ships for all of the wealthy people. It's a classist society, exactly. They had created ships for all the wealthy people to be able to leave Krypton safely and leave everyone else to die. Now, in this universe, Superman and his family are a part of the everybody else that would die. So his parents create Soul, which is his AI suit, essentially, that accompanies him. Sorry. I'm starting to get stuffy because I've been talking so much. I just need to stop and say your hair color is tea. Have a good stream. Oh, thank you so much, Bria. I appreciate that. Your shit is always tea. Low key, my haircut, I be trying to copy you. I love like your... I think, what do you have? You have like a really long wolf cut. You're always tea. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Blah, blah, blah. So Krypton explodes. Everybody dies, essentially. Well, people escape on pods and things like that. But we assume Krypton's dead. We assume everybody else is kind of dead. Kal-El escapes with Soul, who is his AI suit, cape, spaceship, and they end up on Earth. They get to Earth, and he's kind of like a troubled kid who sees Earth, and he's like, holy shit, this place like fucking sucks. I want to make it better. Like, humans are hurting each other. There's all sorts of bad things going on. There's this larger corporation called the Lazarus Corp, and it is... we find out later run by Ra's al Ghul and his daughter, Talia al Ghul, and Brainiac. But we find that out much later. I'm trying to remember it in order of how things go. But yeah, basically, they have peacekeepers, and they go out into the fields, and if you defy Lazarus Corp, they, like, kill you. There was this other... faction called the Omega something, but it was run by Talia al Ghul, but we didn't know that, and so they were like trying to help Superman, but actually she was double crossing them and then turned him into Ra's al Ghul. Ra's al Ghul wants to use Superman in his image. He wants to completely break him down and build him anew to have him be his weapon, essentially. Oh, some other important things. Lois Lane works for Lazarus, which is the bad company. Okay, Lazarus is poisoning the planet, enslaving people and workers, indentured servitude, killing people. They have the peacekeepers who are like horrible, yada yada, run by Ra's al Ghul. Lois Lane works for Lazarus Corp, but she can tell something is different about Superman when she meets him. He's basically like, oh no, this guy is not... like, I don't want to arrest him. He's not what you say he is, those kind of things. So she's like a little skeptical of him, but she's a total badass in this universe. She's like a secret agent at Lazarus. She's a higher up. Her dad works at Lazarus, and that's why she's there. Anywho, Ra's al Ghul wants to break Superman down and turn him into a weapon. So he has Brainiac working underneath him, and Brainiac's always been a freak, but holy shit, in this book, Brainiac is... ugh, he gives me the heebie-jeebies. Like, he's actually a fucking freak. And you get kind of his backstory of all of the Brainiacs and how he, like, was originally, like, a lower Brainiac worker, and all he had to do, his whole purpose all day, every day, was to just shovel dead Brainiacs into, like, a trash chute, essentially. And then eventually he killed the other Brainiacs, went fucking insane, and came to Earth and started working here, and now he has his own Brainiacs that work underneath him. Brainiac has been programming Superman and making him relive these like illusions. He's like kind of in a coma, and he's making him live these illusions that are just harmful to him. His family dying, his planet blowing up, people hurting him, people hurting the Kents, like doing all of these bad things. And they're trying to run this simulation so many times that Superman turns bad. He essentially cracks. So Brainiac's working underneath Ra's al Ghul to do this. Brainiac, like I said, is just a goddamn fucking lunatic. I love it. He's so fucking creepy. So they're being held at Lazarus Corp. Raja Ghul is like, I could break him, I can do it. Brainiac's not doing it, so then Raja Ghul's like, dude, fucking get it together. Like, I need this man underneath me, essentially. They think in the end of this book that they've finally done it. They're like, oh yeah, he's about to kill people in this simulation. Like, we finally got him. But alas, he doesn't, because he's a good man. Then we had the most recent issue, which came out yesterday. If you haven't read, spoilers. Now that we're getting up to newer stuff, spoilers. This issue just came out yesterday. Basically, they break out. Oh, yeah. And then we have Jimmy Olsen, and he was a part of the Omega Men, which was the opposing faction to Lazarus, trying to take down Lazarus Corp. So he's a good guy. Lois Lane was a bad guy, kind of, but she was skeptical and kind of always on Superman's side. And then very obviously switches over, as we knew that she would. We hear more backstory about Kal-El and how he's just seen so many atrocities. The Peacekeepers do horrible things. We see him go through like teenage angst of like, can I even help these people? I don't know. He builds his Fortress of Solitude, but this one is red. Yes, that was pretty interesting. And then we get to see his hometown. So we go to Smallville. He's broken out of Lazarus facility. And say Jimmy Olsen and Lois Lane have gotten out as well. I'm sorry. I'm going to blow my nose really quickly so that I can just get through this. We're almost done. Sorry if you can hear that. I feel like, I don't know if this is normal, but whenever I talk for a really long time, I get really like stuffy nose. And I'm like, do I have something wrong with my sinus? I have no idea. But I get really stuffy nose, then I just have to blow it. So excuse me. La la lee, where were we? Okay, so we're back in Smallville now. Lois Lane and Jimmy Olsen are in Smallville because they're trying to find Superman. We see their home. They're like, no, you guys are hometown heroes. They link back up. We get some really emotional stuff about him and Soul and yada, yada, yada. Then we find out that Raja Ghul and Talia al Ghul are bringing a army to Smallville. And basically Raja Ghul says, kill anyone, kill everyone in Smallville, kill his parents, kill everyone he loves. I want them all dead because I want to break Superman. And if we kill all of these people, then Superman is going to lose his shit. And that's what we need. We need him to lose his shit so he can be my killing machine. And then in the last page of this issue, we see him marching with all of his stuff from Lazarus Corp to Smallville, which is really terrifying and sad. And I'm going to be really sad. I'm going to be really sad. Just about everybody dying. So this was a recent issue. And this was one that literally just came out yesterday. So I don't know if any of you guys have read this. But so far, I thought this issue was really good because it spent a lot of time kind of developing the relationship between Soul and Superman. And Soul is an AI, but one thing that is really sweet about it is it kind of shows you how Soul has been like the only person who's really been there for him. Has given him community, has given him family, has guided him and kept him safe over all of the years. And so you get to see them have like a lot of heartwarming moments, even though it's literally like his suit. But that was a lot of fun to read about. And I really liked that. Okay, that's absolute Superman. Any questions? Anything you guys want to talk about so far? What are your opinions? I feel like it's a lot. Comic Book Club so far has been a lot about me yapping, but I also want it to be a conversation between us. If you have anything to say or any questions or anything like you want to talk about more, I want to hear those things for sure. Kal-El's moving up in the world, picking up new fans of this movie. And yes, okay, so I really did not love Superman. Watched the Superman movie with James Gunn, fell in love, started reading Absolute Superman, fell in love, obsessed, so good. Talk more about Wonder Woman? Oh, don't worry. We're about to get there. Do not worry. Any horror comics for October? Yes, I have. I picked up Something Is Killing the Children, and then I don't think that this is necessarily going to be horror, but I picked up Satanic Panic, which I think is like a Halloween special. I don't know if it's going to be horror necessarily, but yeah, I am going to read Something Is Killing the Children though. Militant Lois Lane turned me off, but I read more and she grew on me. Yeah, I don't love it, but I understand why it was done for the plot points. Like, I'm not mad about it, but it's definitely not my favorite version of Lois Lane. I'm kind of disappointed in Satanic Panic. No, I know. I saw the reviews on Comic Geeks and it's not rated very high, and I was really sad about that. What was the independent comic you mentioned? Killing the Children. Something is Killing the Children by Boom Studios is the comic. Okay, now we're gonna talk about my favorite series in all of the... Oh, honey, why are you shaking bacon? Why are you shaking bacon? Don't shake up. No shaking bacon, you're okay. Yeah, you're okay. Are you cold? I'll cover you up. He's so eepy today. So eepy. Okay. Now we're gonna talk about Absolute Wonder Woman. This is gonna be me. I'm gonna start gushing about this shit. Okay, guys. Like, I wanna set the expectation for how much I'm going to be gushing about this book. Okay. As you're learning more about me and my comic preferences, I'm sure that you know I love women. I love women with magic. I love Greek mythology. I love anything celestial, cosmic, above, like, being mortal. It's all my favorite. And we put it all in one beautifully written and illustrated book. This is 100% one of my favorite things I've read in my recent comic years. This is my variant cover that I'm, like, obsessed with and love, and I don't read this one, so I'm going to be keeping this one, but just take a look at it. I saw the Absolute Batman one of the same artist, but I didn't pick it up, and I'm really sad, and I wish I had, and so if I see it again, I will. But yeah, this is the most beautiful. I don't know the name of the artist, but holy shit. The one I will be opening to show you guys, because I need to show you the art. Jay Lee, is that the name of the holy, like, best, like, just such a good artist. Wow, Absolute Wonder Woman. It's so good. I'm so excited to talk about this. Okay, Absolute Wonder Woman. In this one, the thing that changes in the Absolute universe for her is that she does not grow up in Themyscira. She does not grow up with the other Amazons. She essentially gets, as a baby, picked up. Who was it that banishes her? Zeus? Is it Zeus that banishes her? Zeus banishes her to hell. I think it's Zeus. Correct me if I'm wrong. Banishes her to hell and makes it so that she cannot know about the Amazon. She cannot speak the word Amazon. She cannot hear the word Amazon. She cannot know of her lineage or her heritage. And the Amazons know nothing about her. The Amazons know her, but she does not know them. And she's placed in hell with Circe as her mother, Circe the witch. So that's the difference in this one. The first five issues are a singular kind of story. And this story is many things. It's both a backstory and a current, like, what is going on. Where do I need to put this? Okay, here. A current, like, what is, I feel like a teacher when I do this. Her current story is that these demon things are popping up all over Gateway City. And she comes out on Pegasus, her fucking undead horse. So cool. And she saves the city. So the first five part is Absolute Wonder Woman, The Last Amazon. And my favorite parts of this book were by far reading her backstory with Circe. So I love Greek gods. I love them. We get to see her get delivered to her mother, who's going to take care of her. So Apollo comes down. He says, "Come forward, witch." And then basically it was like, oh my God, you scared me, Crush. Holy shit. That just made all of my hair tingle. Hey, it's okay. It's okay. Yeah. Hey, it's okay. It's okay. It's just somebody walking their dog. my dog lunch real quickly. He has not eaten. Oh yeah, he's a good guard dog. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Also, I can't believe how long this stream has been. I'm having so much fun. I'm having so much fun, you guys. Thanks for being interested in my special interest. And I'm so glad that so many of you have the same interest. This is like, I want to cry. I'm having so much fun. This is awesome. This is so awesome. Okay. So basically, Apollo does Zeus's bidding and drops off Diana to Circe in hell. And then he says, okay, this baby is Diana, princess of Themyscira. She is the last of the Amazons, and she has been taken from them by my father Zeus as punishment for their crimes against the gods. Her home is now hell. You are her warden. She may never be reunited with her Amazon sisters, and they will be imprisoned for eternity when their service to my father ends. And you may never say the word Amazon again. From here forth, the word Amazon is banned, so I decree. So then he says, try and say Amazon, and she can't say the word. So they completely cut her off from her lineage, you know? So then Circe gets this baby, and she, kind of is like, well, I don't really know what to do with this fucking baby. And it's like, okay. And then she quickly falls in love with her because, yeah, she's just kind of great. So she grows up in hell, and she grows up isolated, just her and her mom, essentially. She grows up with demons and all sorts of things around her, but she gets to learn from the most powerful witch ever, essentially. Yeah. That's the best part about it, is because you just infuse this entire story with actual Greek mythology. It's just so beautiful. And I mean, look at the art. Look at the art. Like, it's just so, God. Okay. So yeah, they have this home in hell, and Diana grows up, and this is just all she knows. And we get like random backstory, flashback, yada yada yadas. Hi, Bubba. How was your lunch? Was it good? Yeah. Yummy lunch. Yummy lunch. Oh, you want more snuggles? Do you want to come up? You can come up. No? I'm gonna be a little bit longer, okay? We just got to the best part, so I'm gonna have to go a little bit longer, and then I'll get off, I promise, and then we can play, okay? Name of this comic again, this is Absolute Wonder Woman. Wonder Woman comes to Gateway City. There's a bunch of these demons. She essentially murks them all and is like a super badass, and everybody's like, oh yeah, that was hella cool, man. And yeah, she's super strong, blah, blah, blah. I'm like trying to find just like the things that matter. Then Circe tells her, like, you're an Amazon, except for, sir? Sir? Why don't you go get your toys? Your toys are right there. Those are mine. Silly guy. I probably will need to get off soon. I really wanted to do my DC KO bracket, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it today. He's been chilling for 4 hours, so we'll see. She finds out that she's an Amazon and is finally able to say the word, which is pretty cool. And then she's like, oh shit, I'm an Amazon. Like, I'm a badass. Then this like demon is able to talk, and he's basically like, I'm a herald. Like, I'm heralding something way fucking worse than what you're dealing with right now. And then she's like, I'm Diana of Themyscira, the last of the Amazons. She like knows who she is now and is like, I'm gonna fuck up whatever you're about to bring through here. But what we're about to bring through here ends up being terrifying. So, okay, I'm just trying to get to the main parts because I could give you the entire synopsis for this book and it would be really fun for me and I would really love to, but I think realistically that doesn't need to happen. Steve, our beloved Steve, he ends up in hell. I can't remember how he does that every time people walk by. I'm so sorry. Crash. It's okay. People are allowed to walk by. People are allowed to walk by. Can you lay down? Or here, why don't you go get your toy? Go get your toy. Go get it. Steve ends up in hell. I can't remember why, but he ends up there. Diana finds him and is like, holy shit, a man. So they help get Steve out of hell. The way that she gets him out of hell is by doing magic. So one thing that she does, oh my God, Crushy, that she does is like actual witchcraft. Like she does spells and has rituals and things like that. One of the ones that she does to get Steve out of hell is she literally sacrifices her arm. She needs an equal sacrifice, and the sacrifice that was equal to his life was like a warrior's arm, essentially, which I thought was like I thought that was really powerful. Like maybe not equal to his life, but you know, it was like such a big sacrifice for her as a warrior to give up her arm that he was able to leave hell and go back to Earth, which is pretty cool. So they meet on Earth and basically at the military outpost, and all these little men just start barking at her, right? They start yelling at her and they're like, you can't just do whatever you want. And she's like, okay, sure, but you need me. And I love this panel because this is so Wonder Woman. It's so Wonder Woman to have this like man who's smaller than her yelling at her, and she's just towering over him with such a righteous, almost kind of superior thing. So she's in this war room with all of these guys who were like freaking the fuck out, and she's like, stop being such like little men. I'm gonna handle this. I'm gonna handle your problem, essentially. So blah blah blah, we meet our big bad from the first story. It is the Tetracide. The Tetracide ends up being fucking terrifying, you guys. So it's this big old thing, and here he said, oh my God, Diana, what is this? And she says, death personified. An eldritch horror, yes, thank you. It's an eldritch horror. So she goes to face this, essentially, and that's the first 5 books, is her fighting the Tetracide, and it's pretty fucking cool. So there's a lot that goes on. We see her in the war room. She's got this big fucking sword, big, huge sword. She's got these special lassos that we learn about a little bit later, so I'll get to those later. This is part 3 of The Last Amazon. This is her in hell with Steve. And blah, blah, blah. This is, I believe, where she sacrifices her arm. Yeah, this is where she sacrifices her arm to bring Steve back to Earth. And then it's her fighting the Tetracide. And this is where she kind of explains what happens and why she doesn't have an arm. But she loses her arm in the fight with the Tetracide. And she has a magic arm, essentially. She loses this magic arm in her fight with the Tetracide. So she needs to take a minor detour to some magicians to collect supplies from their like magic house to essentially resummon her arm. The Tetracide, the way that it fights is it has multiple different ways in which killing people, but one of the ways in which it kills people is with this screech and this noise that causes everybody to willingly walk into its mouth and die and kill themselves inside of him. And you can't will against it. There's nothing that you can do. So not only does she go to these witches to get her arm back, but she also goes to them to create a concoction. So these are the witches. She goes to them to create a concoction that will turn the entire city deaf. So she casts a spell to counteract the death sound that the Tetracide casts, and she makes everybody go deaf. So here she is resummoning her arm. Okay, this is a hell flashback. This is Hecate, right? So one of my favorite things about this is that we get to see a bunch of goddesses and the way that they are depicted. Wait, no, this isn't Hecate. Wait, who is this? Who is she calling to? I think this is Hecate. Okay, she doesn't address her by name. I'm pretty sure this is Hecate, who is the Greek goddess of witchcraft and a bunch of other things too. But this is their depiction of her, which is really beautiful. She's usually seen with like three heads or three faces, but they gave her 3 arms in this one, which I think is pretty cool. Kind of an underlying story that you see throughout this whole thing is that Cersei knows that Diana is destined to like save the world. She can see the future. Cersei's like the most powerful witch ever. She knows that she's going to go through like so much trial and tribulation and that she's going to save the world of man so many times. It's okay. They're allowed to walk on the sidewalk. You're like a grumpy old man. They can walk on the sidewalk. Jeez. And Cersei convenes with the Greek goddesses who helped create and build Diana because I think she's supposed to like change the way the structure of the gods work so they're not all just like under Zeus. I think is like the overarching storyline that we're getting, but I don't really know. So Cersei knows that she's going to go through many trials and tribulations. She knows Diana is going to go through many trials and tribulations and things like that to become this person that she needs to become. So Diana is frequently visited by the goddesses as well. So we get our first look at Hecate, and Diana, she calls on these gods and goddesses all the time. You know, like you've seen Wonder Woman say like, oh, by Hera and things like that. She does that for each goddess of like what she's asking for respectively. And she calls on their power all the time, and it's fucking cool. Okay. So she goes, she fights this, she makes everybody deaf, and then she's able to slice it in half, which is pretty cool. Where do you get your comic books? It's just Amazon. No, I go to my local comic book store. If you look up comic book stores, there should probably be one near you. If there's not, you can order them on Amazon or other online. A lot of comic book stores, if there isn't one near you, you can order from them online. And via eBay is another really good way to do that. But a lot of places have online shops. Okay, so she takes down the Tetracide by making everyone deaf and then fucking it up. But yes, support your local. Basically, support your local comic book shops if you can. If you can't, then buy them where it's accessible to you. If you don't have one near you or things like that. But of course, support your local comic book shops for sure. It's more expensive from Amazon, and you're like buying from a big conglomerate rather than like a mom and pop shop. She takes it down, and of course we get the government being like, oh shit, this woman might be a problem because she is super powerful and can do whatever the fuck she wants. So we get introduced to Kale, the national security advisor, and she's like, great, this thing, she killed this thing, but at the same time, we still have a really big problem. So while we're pumped, she did this, we're also sad. Do you plan on doing IRL comic shopping streams in the future? No, because I'm kind of in and out. Like, I'm not in the comic book shop for very long. It would be like a 15-minute stream, probably. We go on to issue number 5. God, this book is so fucking good, man. Like, this is one of those ones that I will be rereading. I'll be rereading this. We get the lassos that I mentioned from her mother. Her mother, like, creates these really powerful lassos for her with her magic. And a lot of what we end up watching is that Diana receives something from her mother, but she doesn't quite understand why, or thinks like something is cruel, or like, for example, this is a transmogrification lasso and it transforms things. And Diana was like, oh, this is kind of cruel. And her mom's like, you don't get it, but you will. Later, she gets it. This is Diana. She convenes with Hecate, and Hecate is basically like, your mom's a badass, okay? Just trust her. Just trust your mom as you always have, and things will be fine. I know this weapon looks cruel, but it's not. I really, really love that. I also really love this one. It's a panel where she kind of goes back to her mom and says, hey, I'm sorry for ever doubting you. Like, I know you all have my best interest at heart. To officially defeat the Tetracide, I said she defeated it in the last book. She didn't. She just wounded it really bad. To officially defeat the Tetracide, Diana uses this transmogrification lasso on herself, and she turns herself into fucking Medusa. She straight up turns herself into Medusa. So she becomes Medusa and fights the Tetracide. And if you know Medusa, anyone who she gazes upon turns to stone. And she turns the Tetracide to stone. But unfortunately, she gets kind of stuck as Medusa and doesn't remember who she is. So then Steve has to be like, oh, remember who you are, your daughter of Circe, last princess of Themyscira, yada yada. Turns her back. Very cool. Then she punches the shit out of the Tetracide and it turns to dust, and that's how they defeat it. And then she drops into hell. They're like, yay, we defeated everything. And then all of a sudden, Hades reaches up, grabs her, and pulls her into hell. Then they do something really cool. So you guys have taken note of the art, right, that we've just been seeing. It's a really beautiful art. I love it a lot, and I think it's really special. We do an artist switch for 2 issues, and it's actually really fun. I think that this is like kind of like a niche art that I really love, and I think it's well fit to this story. But then we get sort of like traditional comic art. So we just completely switch over. It honestly starts looking like Star Wars art to me, but it's cool. So we get a two issue artist swap. Boom. We're in hell with Hades. We're in the underworld, and this is a 2-part, the Lady of the or the Tiger. She looks so badass. No, she's so badass. I love this story so much. I'm gonna cover Crashy up. How about us? There we go. It's code. Okay. So we're in hell. She's being really quippy with Hades. Hades is like, take off all of your gear. And so she takes off everything that's a weapon, but she's doing it in kind of like a fuck you way. And then we have this panel where she just looks like fucking holy shit, mommy. Yeah, I'm obsessed. I saw this panel and I was like, it's time to go back to the gym. I gotta go back to the gym. Like, I want to look like this. IRL. So we go down to hell, and we're with Hades, and she's just kind of beefing with him. Yeah, he's just beefing with her for whatever reason. We see this where she goes to visit Prometheus. Such a beautiful panel. She goes to visit Prometheus and she helps him, essentially. She's like, my magic isn't that strong, but it's strong enough to give you a break. She's like, she cut his chains and she spoke to the crows and she said, hey, can you stop eating my friend Prometheus? And can you tell all of your friends not to eat my friend Prometheus? So she cuts him down, she gives him water that he can actually drink, and she tells the crows to stop eating him alive, essentially. Hi, Krista. Thank you. I appreciate it. And she tells the crows, and so the crows are like, okay, yeah, bet, we won't eat him anymore. So they talk, and then she basically says, I didn't do all of this without asking, like, without needing something. And then so she gets down and she begs, and she's like, can I have your blood? I need your blood to create a weapon. And this is a weapon of fire and justice. It will like bring justice to the world. And she's asking, like, really humbling. And he essentially says, yeah, you are more than deserving of this. And he chops off, he lets her chop off the tip of his finger. So she has both his flesh and his blood to use to forge a weapon. So then she takes that to go forge her weapon. Yeah, no, he's being a real cool guy. He was being like real sweet about this. So she goes to forge, she takes the materials to forge the weapon, and then he says, I have one last gift from you. And then from the fires rises Pegasus, which is who you see earlier in the comics that she rides on and uses. And he's like, yeah, basically take Pegasus. Pegasus has also been wronged in his life and will help you like bring things to justice. Then she goes back to fighting with Hades, basically, and Hades later finds out that she killed the last basilisk. And what I interpret from a lot of this is that Hades is really afraid of Diana. He's really afraid of Diana. I think all the gods are. That's why Zeus banished Diana to hell in the first place, because he didn't want her to rise to power as the princess of Themyscira and all of the things that she was literally handmade by the goddesses to do. So Hades is really scared of her. Then he finds out that she killed the last basilisk, and he's like, oh, holy shit, like, I'm scared. So yeah, that kind of all happens. And then Hades is like, fuck you, haha, I have your mom. He said, fuck you, your mom. And you can see that he has Circe in chains. One of my favorite things about these two books, what is it? The Lady or the Tiger? What is this one titled? The story? The Lady or the Tiger. One of my favorite things about The Lady and the Tiger is that they have this little series at the end called Lil Diana. And it's so cute. And it's her growing up with Circe when she's a kid. And they're just like 2-page comics. They're adorable. This one is her mom trying to teach her how to transmog things, essentially. And Diana speaks to this demon and turns the demon into a phoenix. And she's like, that's not what you were supposed to turn it into. And she says, well, I spoke to the demon and this is what he said he wanted to be. So then she turned him into something nice, which I thought was really, really sweet. And then we have this one where she has like a bunch of friends, like she makes a bunch of demon friends throughout the book. Anytime we get a flashback, we see her helping creatures of hell, essentially. And in this one, she catches this thing that is eating all of her little demon friends, and she goes and saves them. And it's really cute. And like these just made me so happy. I really love this book, if you can't tell. So that was this one. Did this come from? Oh yeah, it did. Okay, so that's number 6. We have 12 of these to go through. I know I'm spending a really long time on them, but if you can't tell, it's because I'm obsessed with this book. Then we have interesting piece of trivia. The Lady or the Tiger. The story Circe tells Diana is actually a short story from 1882. Oh, is it a similar story or a related story or no? Then we have issue 7. Issue 7 is the same artist. We get to see Diana meet with Persephone, and I love this depiction of Persephone. It's like it's so beautiful. The Lady or the Tiger is essentially, I think maybe we talk about it in this one. Oh yeah, we do. Okay, we see the arena of the damned, hell. So Hades has put Diana and this tiger thing in an arena, and him and Persephone are watching these two fight, and it's essentially a fight to the death. And I think it's for the release of Diana, essentially. And I love this depiction of Persephone so much because she's one of the people who helped forge Diana, essentially, and she is the trapped goddess who doesn't fucking want to be down there, and Hades trapped her down there. And he says, thank you, wife. I was considering banning magic from the arena. Might make it more interesting. What do you think? And she says, I think when she beats your chimera with only one arm, it will be hard for you to recover from that shame. I'd leave it, darling. Like, she's putting all of her money on Diana and sassing Hades and like back-talking him. And it's so good. Okay. We flash back to young Diana and Circe. And it's basically the story of the Lady and the Tiger. And it's Cersei's reading the story to Diana, and in the story, it's kind of a... Wait, sorry. Okay, here's the story, basically the Greek mythology story. And it goes, once upon a time, long ago, there was a beautiful princess, and she fell in love with a handsome young man who was not a prince. When her father, the king, realized this, he sent the princess's young suitor to the arena. The king said it was a place, blah, blah, blah. Basically, there's two doors. Well, basically, there's two doors. Behind one door is the princess. Behind another door is certain death. That's the story. The princess then realized, princess is in love with Guy. Guy gets sent to arena. He has to pick between two doors. Behind one door is a beautiful suitor who he will spend the rest of his life. So it's not the princess that's in love with him. He won't get to spend it with her, but he'll spend it with another woman and he'll live. Behind the other door is certain death. The princess then realizes, oh, I'm still in love with this man. And if he chooses the door to live, then I'm going to have to live with the pain of watching him love and be with another person. They had conspired, the princess and the guy that she loved, that she would give him a subtle, pick this door as the one that would allow him to live. But then she became so spiteful and hateful of the fact that she would have to see him live with someone else, that we then, as the reader, it basically what happens, she said, sending her love off to be happy with someone else while she remained trapped and alone. She could not imagine a fate more painful. And in the morning, when her suitor stood before the princess ticked her head almost imperceptibly in one direction to indicate which door the suitor should choose. And they had talked about, okay, let's choose the door, obviously, where you live. And so he did. And then the story ends. And then Diana is like, this story sucks. What's the point of this story? The story sucks. Which door did he choose? Why doesn't it tell you? And Cersei's like, it's kind of up to interpretation. Obviously, you don't get it. Let's read it when you're older. So then we keep going back to the story, and she keeps getting older, and she keeps not understanding the story. And here she is in this arena, and she's fighting this tiger, essentially. So then they read the story again. She's like, I don't get it. I don't understand. She fights this tiger. And then one day, Diana realizes, and she goes, by Hecate, I'm not the princess. And she starts to realize in the story, she's not the princess, she's the prince. So Diana, she beats the tiger, essentially. And she's like, I've beaten this tiger. Let this be the end of it. I don't want to kill her. There's no point in killing her. She can't do anything. She can't come back. He says, only one of you may leave the arena, princess. She says, if you force me to kill her, Hades, for nothing, for sport, then you are not the god I thought you might be, and you will draw a fateful line between us. So she threatens Hades, which really pisses him off, obviously. Then she kills the tiger and, puts the tiger to rest, essentially. Says, forgive me, is very, respectful, all these things. Then she gets real pissed off, and she says, Goddess Themis, if justice truly rules your mind and heart, lend me your strength and power now. So now she's imbued by the power of the goddess of justice, which terrifies Hades. And she essentially stands up to him and was like, one day I'm going to be your reckoning. And she says, you're unjust. I'll be your reckoning. Was the tiger okay? The tiger's dead, buddy. The tiger is fucking dead. She says, but your reckoning is not today. And in the meantime, I believe we have a game to finish. A question of two doors. He says, so here's the tie-in of the lady and the tiger and the doors and the story that we read. Pick a door, princess, so that I no longer have to look at your insolent face. Behind one door is certain death. Behind the other, freedom. But before you choose, your mother should know that should you find the door to your freedom, you will never be able to return to her. You will be barred from the underworld until your death. And obviously, Cersei's stuck in hell. You will lose your daughter forever, Cersei. your wild isle will be a barren stone that it was when you first arrived for all eternity. And then she says, make your choice. He says, make your choice. I grow weary of your company. Then she makes a choice of the door, and she chooses the one that is life for her, but she can't see her mother. But little does Hades know he got tricked by his wife, who he tricked to stay in the underworld. It's so good. So she chooses the life door, but she can never come back. And he says, what's this? Did I stutter? You've won your freedom and you may not return. But she returns. And she says, about that, it seems I had occasion some time ago to eat a diabolical pomegranate seed your wife gave me. And he looks at Persephone and goes, what have you done? And like a stone cold motherfucking killer, she looks right at him and is like, I've done nothing but feed her one of your treasured seeds. 1 month in the underworld per year for every seed eaten. I, of course, learned that rule by the hard way, aka you fucking tricked me. Diana learned it in love and was given a choice. She didn't even blink at the sacrifice, more than I can say for most of us. And so, Diana may and must return to the underworld for 1 month every year, unless, of course, you would like to break the rules of the seeds. So she just fucking checkmates him and is like, well, Diana has to come back. And if she doesn't, then that means that I get to leave the underworld. So Hades gets pissed and he's like, this is not finished. And then Diana and Persephone have like a goodbye. She says, thank you. It's really sweet. Persephone is like, please be all the things that we said that we could be. Diana drops her mom, Circe, back off at her home in the Wild Isles in Hell and says, I will see you soon, essentially, because she only gets to see her once a year, but at least she still gets to see her. How long have you been into comic books? Kind of my whole life. I read a lot when I was in college, stopped, and then just got back into them kind of recently as well. Holy shit, we have so much to do. We get another one of these. It's really cute. It's like this little guy, this little demon who keeps eating the other demons. And she keeps telling him to spit it out. And it's cute. So we get one more little Diana. And then we get one more over here. And it's her bringing home all of these demons. And Circe being like, dude, we don't have any more room for these. And then she's like, please. And then she starts crying. And then she goes, okay, fine, let him in. And then, hey, everyone, meet Francis. And you can see she has a house full of demons, essentially. It's fucking cute. So this was issue number 7. We have 12 issues to get through. So I'm going to try and go faster. Okay. Before we did this 2 kind of like one-off stories with a different artist, we met this person, Kale. She is the security director of the government. Okay, we're going back. We're going back to the government now. This is the story so far, yada, yada, yada. We go back to this Director Kale. Director Kale has this Dr. Poison working for her, essentially. And this Dr. Poison is trying to make a poison weapon. What she also asks for her to make is she gives her a recording of the tetrasides. So the big thing that Diana killed in the beginning. She gives her a recording of the tetraside screech that kills people. And she says, I want you to weaponize this, essentially. So she does. She weaponizes it. This is a bunch of stuff you don't necessarily need to know, but Diana calls upon the goddesses and creates a home for her and her friends in the forest, essentially. So she's got her witch friends, her researcher friends, and Steve. Then these little tetraside spiders that are spitting out the noise from the tetraside are found all over Newgate City. And Diana goes to stop them. She goes to the source and she finds none other than Dr. Poison. And she says, you're going to want to hear what I have to say. And she says, I know where you can find an Amazon. So that sets up our next arc. Our next arc is we learn about this maze. There's a maze being held in Area 41, which is the Area 51 of the government, essentially. And in this maze, there's all sorts of beings. So this is called As My Mother's Made Me. This is part 2. there's this maze, and she's like, okay, I have to go into this maze because I need to find an Amazon, because I've never met another Amazon, because I just found out recently that I'm a fucking Amazon. So she enters this maze, and when she enters, okay, wait, flashback, yada yada, blah blah blah. She enters this maze, and when she enters this maze, she comes across this Minotaur fighting a bunch of fishmen, and then she uses her lasso to figure out like who's the good guy and who's the bad guy here. And then she goes, oh, okay, the Minotaur is the good guy, so she helps him kick the fish boys' butts. And then she later finds out that he's protecting a siren. That he has a siren, and he's protecting her from the person who is currently ruling this maze, Queen Clea. So she thought that this was going to be the Amazon that she was going to be introduced to, and then she realizes, oh, yo, this is no Amazon. Whoever this is not an Amazon. We get this Queen Clea character. Blah, blah, blah. Queen Clea's like, dude, fuck this bitch. Give me my siren. I want my siren. Minotaur gets hurt. Diana, when she entered the maze, left a door to leave the maze. Oh, this is an interesting... Okay, so this is a flashback. This... Bald. This... Sorry, I'm sorry, Lex. I'm so sorry. This is a flashback, and this is when Artemis, who is the goddess of the hunt, right? I think goddess of the hunt, calls on Diana. And Cersei is basically like, oh my God, this is too soon. Like, it's too soon for Diana to face this trial right now with Artemis. Artemis is depicted as a panther, lion, I'm not quite sure, with blood all over her face. Like, she's terrifying. And she's been talking to Diana, but Diana is not scared of her as a little girl. But Diana, she gets all armored up. She's literally just a baby. And she gets all armored up to go to this trial with the goddess of the hunt. So she gets there and she talks to Artemis. And Artemis is basically like, fight me. I want you to fight me right now. And Diana's like, well, no, I'm not going to fight you. You didn't do anything wrong. So then Artemis bites her and she's like, okay, now are you going to fight me? And she says, no. Then Artemis sees a helpless turtle and she goes after the turtle. And then that's when Diana steps in and says, he's done nothing wrong. He's helpless. Like, don't touch him or you're going to have to fight me. So finally, Artemis like finds her trigger, essentially. And they end up fighting, and Diana, she saves the turtle. And this kind of sets up her relationship with the goddess Artemis. So like one of my favorite things about this book is that you get to see her individual relationships with each goddess and like what the goddesses teach her and the trials that she goes through and like what she learns. And you get to see so much of her personality. Like it's just so much world building and it's so much character development. So it's really awesome. I have not read Women of Tomorrow, but I really want to. Okay, we go back to the maze. She takes the siren to the door so the siren can leave, and the siren gets plopped back in this house that they built that has Steve and all of her friends and things. And so she comes through the door and they're like, okay, what the fuck do we need to do with this? And then Steve was like, she looks dry. So they decide to put her in water. So they put her in water to try and save her. There's these hallucinogenic flowers inside the maze. So Diana starts tripping balls, essentially. She starts fucking tripping balls. She loses her senses and things like that. She doesn't know who's good. She doesn't know who's bad. Reading this comic was really fun, like reading these panels. Essentially, so Queen Clea drugs her. And then they have this hole that they drop people down in the maze. And down at the bottom of this hole is supposed to be this creature that kills and eats everything that's down there. So Diana gets dropped down this hole. When she gets down there, she sees this being, but she's tripping balls. So she doesn't know if it's bad or not. So she's like, oh, fuck, like I need to fight this thing. And the being is like talking to her, but she can't understand what's going on because she's tripping balls. So that's that one. Last two, guys. Last two. We're almost there. My throat hurts. I'm literally like in pain from talking. issue number 11. We're tripping balls in this maze, but eventually she uses some magic. She calls upon Athena to see like what is real and what is true, and then she's able to see that she's run into... Oh, okay, just kidding. Flashback. We go back, we talk with Artemis, and Artemis is basically like, dude, I don't understand you. You are perplexing to me. You delight me, but you confound me. I don't comprehend the way that you work. It doesn't make sense to me. Because she's just like all gas, no brakes type of thing. And then she summons the Hydra, and she makes her go into the ocean and fight the Hydra. Oh, but we'll get back to that later. Then she stops tripping balls, and she realizes that the person that's down here with her is actually her Amazonian sister, Io. So she meets up with Io, and she's like, oh, holy shit, you're Diana? Like, you're Diana of Themyscira? So then Io shows her that there actually is no creature because she already killed the creature down there, and instead they've created this entire city of people who have been tossed down here by Queen Clea and who exist. And they've been digging these holes to try and get out of the maze, but they can't find a way out. She tells her, I have a door and I have a plan. Get the heck out of here. Then Diana comes across this like primordial soup stuff and is like, there's some sort of sentient thing going on down here. And then the primordial soup talks to her and says, do you know the truth of me? She says, I believe I do. Pay attention. This will happen fast. And then her and the primordial soup go back up the tunnel where she runs into Clea. She frees Ferdinand the Bull, and she starts fighting Clea. She then finds out that Clea is like really fucking strong, and she's like, oh shit, I kind of underestimated her. It turns out that Clea is Atlantean, and Diana didn't think that any Atlanteans existed and that they were all dead. So she finds out that she's Atlantean, so she's really strong. Back out of the maze, the siren wakes up after they put her in water, and basically the primordial soup actually happens to be Neptune or Poseidon. Sorry, it happens to be Poseidon's trident. So she starts wielding Poseidon's trident against an Atlantean, which is kind of crazy. That really pisses the Atlantean off, if you wouldn't believe. Okay, and then the very last issue, and then I gotta go. I gotta do my DC KO bracket next stream. Cause bitch, I'm tired. Okay. So she starts wielding the Atlantean or the trident against her. She gets Ferdinand the Bull out, and she fights Queen Clea. Ferdinand gets out of the maze and gets back to the siren, and they have a special relationship. The siren, when he gets back out, he sees that she's like screaming and tweaking out, and so everyone is like suffering and covering their ears back at Diana's home. He calms her down. Then they start beefing. She's like, dude, fuck you. She's like, no, fuck you. And then Diana's like, hey, there's actually a bunch of openings in the maze because the people that you've been throwing down the holes for the last however many years have been trying to dig their way out. And guess what they found? They found the fucking Pacific Ocean. There's ocean water in here. So Diana busts open that hole and leaves it as an escape for all of them to swim out, essentially. And then she lets Queen Clea go free. And she's like, just go into the water and don't cause any more motherfucking problems. So everyone exits the maze, everyone gets out safely. Io gets out safely, but as soon as she sets foot outside of the maze, she gets like struck essentially by lightning or something. She just fucking disappears. So Diana gets home and she's like, where's my sister? Where's my sister? No. And then she calls upon Hecate to get a sign that she's still alive. And Hecate sends a dove with an olive branch. And then she says, thank you, goddess. Like, now I know that she's still alive. And then we see where she got transported to. This gave me fucking chills. Like, reading these next couple of pages literally gave me chills. We see where she gets transported to. Someone says Io. You flip the page, and none other than Hippolyta is standing there. And she gets so excited. By Hera, Io, like, bless you, like, Hippolyta, my queen, I'm still here. Then Io says, Hippolyta, I've seen her. I've seen Diana. She's alive. Hippolyta says, Diana, ring the bells, Io, ring the bells. And then she stands over Themyscira and says she's alive, Diana lives, and like word travels through Themyscira, and they all celebrate. And it's so awesome because they all think she's dead, and she's not. I really loved that. I loved that a lot. It made me so happy. I was like, I literally got chills when I was reading it. Then we go back to Kale and Dr. Poison. And Kale is like, everything that was in the maze has left the maze under your guys, essentially, or like under your watch. Then we get the most exciting thing ever, which got leaked on Twitter, and I'm so sad that it did, because if it hadn't, I would have tweaked out. I still tweaked out, but if it hadn't, I would have giga tweaked out. Then we see Area 41, Project SS1. She walks through, and you can see that there's a bunch of people who are held captive here. And then you flip the next page, and it says, it looks like you're finally going out after all, Zatanna, because I'm going to send you to kill a witch. And so Kale has Zatanna held captive. And as you can see, Zatanna is in a straitjacket with multiple ties all over her, no access to her hands. The only thing out is her eyes. She literally has a fucking muzzle on, chains everywhere, spikes, like the whole thing. And so this is our first look at absolute Zatanna, and you can tell that she is going to be incredibly powerful just based on how they are fucking holding this woman. So yeah, this is fucking peak, guys. If you wanted peak, it's this. Read it. It's literally so fucking good. And all of these absolute storylines are leading up to, I mean, a lot of different things. When does Absolute Zatanna come out? Well, I don't think Zatanna's getting her own book that I know of. I just know that she's coming to the universe, and she will be featured in Absolute Wonder Woman. If she gets her own book, I will cry. I will literally cry tears of joy. But for now, she'll be in Wonder Woman. So that wraps up Wonder Woman. And yeah, if I had to rank them, it goes Wonder Woman number 2, or Wonder Woman number 1, Superman number 2, Martian Manhunter number 3, Batman number 4, Green Lantern number 5, and I can't say anything about Flash because I haven't read it. But what has just come out that I have not read yet because it came out yesterday is Absolute Evil. So this is all of the bad guys from the Absolute Universe doing something. I don't know what, but probably something nefarious. I haven't read it yet, so I don't know. I can't wait to read this. When I do, you guys will definitely, I mean, you'll hear what I have to say about it next week when we do another comic book club. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to getting into this. People are saying it's like insanely good, so I can't wait. I'm gonna read this tonight. My stack of things to read over the next couple of days is going to be Something is Killing the Children. I've got to read X-Men 97, but this isn't like high on my priority list or anything like that. X-Men The Undertow, same thing, not high on my priority list, but do need to read it. Omega Act Special, I'm looking forward to reading. Spirits of Violence, I'm looking forward to reading. Batman number 2. This is number 1. Oh, I'm going to reread number 1 because a bitch kind of forgot what happened, but I know I really, really liked this. Batman number 1 and 2, the Matt Fraction main universe storyline. Boo, I grew up with X-Men cartoon. No, I love, so all of the other X-Men books I really love and have already read, but these ones are kind of like, that was like a Halloween one-shot like funny haha book. And then the other one is like a news story. So I'm not like super excited about it. Then I'm going to read Cheetah and Cheshire Rob the Justice League and number 3. And then I'm going to read Satanic Panic. And I am also going to read the Absolute Evil. And I can't wait. And I have to get through this deck. And I'm so excited. Okay, guys. I yapped for so long and my throat hurts and I'm tired and I need to go. But before I do, I want to show you what I wanted to do today. We just didn't have time, is I wanted to go through and I wanted to do my DC KO bracket because there's this new thing coming out. DCKO, it's a massive comic book event from blah, 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 blah. It's a high stakes tournament where heroes and villains are thrown into a gladiator style battle across a Colossus Earth Risen arena. And there's a literal fucking bracket that you can fill out. So we're going to get, these are kind of all of the books that are part of the DCKO tie-in tournament thing. And then it's like a 5-shot, it's like 5 actual DCKO books. But yeah, I really wanted to fill out the tournament bracket for this, but I don't have the time or energy to do so today. But if you're wondering what this is League of Comic Geeks. It was recommended to me by people on TikTok who said that like this was the shit. This is how I track all of my comics. So this is how I see what I've pulled, what I have, what I've read, and what I have like a wish list of. And yeah, this is where I kind of keep everything digitally, so I know where things are. And it has a lot of other fun stuff. You can read reviews and things like that. But there is a bracket where you can fill this out and say who's gonna win it all. And I really do want to do this, but I'm a little beat. So let's do this next stream. I think, what day does this need to be in by? Ends at, wait, no. When does this need to be in by? I feel like it needs to be in kind of soon, right? So I want to fill this out. Probably, I don't think I'm going to be here tomorrow because we have an OTV shoot, but I'll be here. Voting ends October 7th. So we have a couple days. But I'll be back Saturday, Sunday. So let's do this on Saturday, probably. I do have Among Us tonight. I'm not planning on streaming it though. I was gonna stream it maybe, but I'm exhausted, so I'm probably not gonna stream it today. But I do want your guys' feedback on Comic Book Day. What did you think? Like, how would you want to change things? Do you like when I go in depth about everything and kind of tell you all that's going on? What more do you want to talk about? Or like, what do you like? What do you like? What do you not like? What would you change? I love this Don't Change Anything Dub Book Club. I just want, I didn't want it to feel like I was like preaching or like telling you guys about everything. Like I wish, or I want you guys, I want it to be an open conversation where you guys can ask questions and talk about things too. Have you been talking about comics the whole stream? No, I spent the first hour not talking about comics, and then Yvonne and Scar and I kind of hung out for a little bit, and then I spent 4 hours talking about comics. I love how you picked out your favorites. Okay. You like the summaries and the walkthrough. So maybe what we can do is, I had to catch everyone up essentially. But now from here on out, we'll have less content to cover. So what we can do is talk about each book. And I can tell you what happened. I can give you the synopsis, and then we can talk about it like as a book, and any questions and things like that. With more of an update, easier to have a back and forth. Yeah, definitely. I think from here on out, like I counted this as 0. This was numero 0. And then I want to, in the future, it be like issues that have just come out and we're able to have more of a discussion about them. Joe, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. I don't have time to read everything, and now I can at least hold a conversation about recent comics. Hell yeah, that makes me happy. What time is Among Us? It's at 9. So for the next 3 hours, I'm gonna like hang out with Crash and relax, eat some food, that kind of thing. Would you ever go absolute Green Lantern? I'm curious what you don't like about it. Yeah, I mean, we could. Let's put a random TikToks I get into context. So thanks. Yay. I'm glad. I'm really, really glad. If you could get any of the writers, the artists from the comics to interview on stream. Oh, wow. That would be insane. I haven't played Hades 2, but I played Hades 1. Yeah, maybe if like we keep doing this, it would be fun to have guests on. It would be fun to have guests on some weeks. Like I know Will is really into comics too, and so many of you guys have said that. So yeah, we'll definitely consider that idea in the future. Okay, I'm gonna take a bit of time to rest. I'm glad that we got all caught up and we're able to talk about things. I also really want to be able to talk about what you guys are reading too. I feel like we didn't really do a lot of that today, but I want to focus on that a lot next time. But I'm tired, so exhausted. I gotta go. I'm so tired, boss. I'm gonna send you over to my roommate, Skyra. I will not be back tomorrow because we have an OTV shoot, but I will be back on Saturday. We'll do our DCKO bracket and then do whatever else. I don't know what else, but we'll do other things. And I'll be back on Sunday as well. If you enjoyed comic content, that makes me really, really happy. This was like so fun for me to be able to share this with you guys. So thank you for hanging out with me while we do this. If you like this content, I post a lot of it more consistently on my TikTok, Sydeon's. It's Sydeon with an S at the end of it. It's my second TikTok account, and I post a lot of comic book content there. So if you are enjoying this, that is the place to see this. But we will try and do this every Thursday. Early afternoon/morning. Thank you so much, Vinny, for the 5 gifted subs. I really appreciate it. Welcome in if you got gifted the sub. Looking forward to, yes, my goal going forward is for a more interactive conversation and to hear more from you guys, and also just less. This was like so much prose and story building and things, but from here on out, I'd really like to delve into an actual club where we're having a really active conversation. So you can expect that next time, okay? All right, I'm sending you over to Scar now. Goodbye. See you later.